Welcome to my channel SB Quotes. Believe in your dreams and work hard to make them a reality. You have the power to create your own future. Success is not measured by the number of followers or likes, but by the impact you have on others. Never underestimate the power of kindness. Small acts of goodness can make a big difference in someone's life. Be yourself and embrace your uniqueness. There's beauty in being different. Chase your passions and surround yourself with people who inspire and uplift you. Stay humble and grounded, no matter how successful you become. Remember where you started and appreciate the journey. It's okay to make mistakes, that's how we learn and grow. Embrace failure as a stepping stone to success. Take care of yourself, both physically and mentally. Self-care is essential for overall well-being. Be grateful for the opportunities that come your way and make the most of them. Appreciate every experience, whether big or small. Keep pushing yourself to learn and improve. Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone and try new things. Love is when you don't know why you seem to be attracted to that person. Love is strong yet delicate. It can be broken. To truly love is to understand this. To be in love is to respect this. True love never dies, it only gets stronger with time. There is never a time or place for true love. It happens accidentally, in a heartbeat, in a single flashing, throbbing moment. I can't find the words to express how much I love you. So take this tear from my cheek, and know that it was shed for you. Love isn't about finding the perfect person. Love is about finding an imperfect person, and seeing perfection. The way you started loving her is the way she should always be loved. I've built a wall not to keep love out but to see who loves me enough to climb it. The biggest coward is a man who awakens a woman's love with no intention of loving her. Loving you is like breathing. How can I stop? 19 famous inspirational quotes of Dr. Bob Nelson to reach the success. Employee loyalty begins with employer loyalty. Your employees should know that if they do the job they were hired to do with a reasonable amount of competence and efficiency, you will support them. The best leaders are those most interested in surrounding themselves with assistants and associates smarter than they are. An employee's motivation is a direct result of the sum of interactions with his or her manager. You get the best effort from others not by lighting a fire beneath them, but by building a fire within. Recognition is the greatest motivator. People may take a job for more money, but they often leave it for more recognition. Take time to appreciate employees and they will reciprocate in 1,000 ways. Success is about creating a work environment where people can reach their full potential and enjoy what they do. You get what you reward. Be clear about what you want to get and systematically reward it. The more you engage with customers, the clearer things become and the easier it is to determine what you should be doing. Giving cash rewards is one of the least effective means of motivating employees. While money may induce short-term involvement, it does not create motivation for the long term. Merchandise has a residual value over cash because the objects serve as reminders. Your customers will never be any happier than your employees. Great leaders are willing to sacrifice their own self-interest for the good of the team. Communicate, communicate, and then communicate some more. People don't leave companies, they leave managers. Just the act of listening means more than you can imagine to most employees. You can't command people to do their best, they can only command that of themselves. It is always easier, and usually far more effective, to focus on changing your behavior than on changing the behavior of others. Take your work seriously and yourself lightly. It's not always easy to do what's not popular, but that's where you make your money. Buy stocks that look bad to less careful investors and hang on until their real value is recognized. Patience is a virtue in investing. Sometimes, the best decision is to do nothing and wait for the right opportunities. Successful stocks don't tell you when to sell. When you feel like bragging, it's probably time to sell. Beating the market consistently requires discipline, research, and a contrarian mindset. I don't want a lot of good investments, I want a few outstanding ones. Stay true to your investment principles and don't be swayed by short-term market noise. The market is often driven by emotions and short-term fluctuations. Stay focused on the underlying value of the assets. I've never bought a stock unless, in my view, it was on sale. Avoid following the crowd blindly. Make your own informed decisions based on research and analysis. Successful investing requires a balance between risk and reward. Be cautious, but don't be afraid to take calculated risks. If a stock doesn't do anything, you buy more, or if you've already got too much, you don't buy any more, but you keep it, until either America warms up to it and or the fundamentals change. We try to look out 6 to 18 months, and sometimes they're faster, but most of the time they're slower. Our average holding period is probably 3 years. Look for companies with a competitive advantage, strong cash flow, and sound management. It's not always about finding the hottest stocks, it's about finding undervalued companies with strong fundamentals. Investing is about buying businesses, not just stocks. Focus on the long-term potential of the companies you invest in. Play to your strengths. Know your good plays and your not so great ones. I, for instance, don't own many technology stocks because of my limited technology knowledge. Everything we own was bought to be sold. If our predictions come to pass, and the market embraces a stock and it goes up, we start selling. That's simplistic but essentially the way I operate. If you get a significant price move, you begin selling early and look for something else. One reason the fund's cash level stays at around 20% is that we are consuming our ideas as we sell stocks. Investing is about understanding the businesses you own and having conviction in your decisions. Inflection points occur in the market, and around them performance can suffer, but you have to stick to your guns. An awful lot of people keep a stock too long because it gives them warm fuzzies, particularly when a contrarian stance has been vindicated. If they sell it, they lose bragging rights. I don't read, much less follow, the valuations or predictions. I study the numbers. Investment success does not require glamour stocks or bull markets. One of our strategies was that our top 10 holdings were about 40% of the portfolio. Buy on the cannons and sell on the trumpets. We don't forget to sell into strength. A lot of people can't bear to sell when a stock's price is going up. They're convinced that they've made a mistake if they don't hold out for the last dollar. It would bother us if a company had a lot of debt, and we would characterize it as a penalty relative to the PE. We almost always have insisted on a good yield on cyclicals. It gives you some kind of bulwark in case you're wrong. Shortcuts usually grease the rails to disappointing outcomes. I've learned many things from him, George Soros, but perhaps the most significant is that it's not whether you're right or wrong that's important, but how much money you make when you're right and how much you lose when you're wrong. My philosophy is that to be the best investor you can be, you have to possess an insatiable desire to learn and an unshakable belief in your own capabilities. The stock market is filled with individuals who know the price of everything but the value of nothing. I believe the best way to manage risk is to be bullish when you have a compelling risk/reward and bearish when you don't. The key to money management. It's making a lot of money when you're right and minimizing it when you're wrong. There are times to make money. There are times not to lose money. And if you don't know the difference, you're going to get killed. I've thought a lot of things when I'm managing money with great conviction, and a lot of times I'm wrong. And when you're betting the ranch and the circumstances change, you have to change, and that's how I've always managed money. I never try to make money in the stock market. I buy on the assumption that they could close the market the next day and not reopen it for 5 years. I don't think it's a good idea to apply conventional wisdom to the markets. Conventional wisdom in the financial markets exists to be tested and found lacking. Once you make a lot of money, it's incredibly enjoyable to give it away. It's a way to satisfy the soul. I like putting all my eggs in one basket and then watching the basket very carefully. Soros is the best loss taker I've ever seen. He doesn't care whether he wins or loses on a trade. If a trade doesn't work, he's confident enough about his ability to win on other trades. There are a lot of shoes on the shelf, wear only the ones that fit. If you're extremely confident, taking a loss doesn't bother you. Bitcoin is like anything else, it's worth what people are willing to pay for it. The way to build superior long-term returns is through preservation of capital and home runs. When you have tremendous conviction on a trade, you have to go for the jugular. It takes courage to be a pig. I don't really like hedging. To me, if something needs to be hedged, you shouldn't have a position in it. If you diversify, you're saying, I don't know what I'm doing. I believe that good investors are successful not because of their IQ, but because they have an investing discipline. But what is more disciplined than a machine? A well-researched machine can make many average investors redundant, leaving behind only the really good human investors with exceptional intuition and skill. I've always loved to play games, and face it, investing is one big game. You need to be decisive, open-minded, flexible and competitive. I'm only rich because I know when I'm wrong. Earnings don't move the overall market, it's the Federal Reserve Board. Focus on the central banks, and focus on the movement of liquidity. Most people in the market are looking for earnings and conventional measures. It's liquidity that moves markets. Every serious deflation I've looked at is preceded by an asset bubble, and then it bursts. Everyone sort of lives with their rulers in the past and doesn't look at coming changes. You can be far more aggressive when you're making good profits. If you're early on in your career and they give you a choice between a great mentor or higher pay, take the mentor every time. It's not even close. And don't even think about leaving that mentor until your learning curve peaks. The few times that Soros has ever criticized me was when I was really right on a market, and didn't maximize the opportunity. There's just nothing to me so invaluable in my business, but in many businesses, as great mentors. If you're running a business for the long term, the last thing you should be doing is borrowing money to buy back stock. Good debt growth is when you borrow money, and it goes into the real economy. You do capital spending. You build businesses. Carried interest. You're making money on somebody else's capital. It's not on your own. If that's not income, I don't know what is. 34 famous quotes of Michael Abrashoff on success, leadership, inspiration, wisdom. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. They are the one who gets the people to do the greatest things. Leadership is about empowering others to achieve their full potential and fostering an environment of trust and collaboration. You don't have to be in charge to lead. Leadership is about making a positive impact, no matter your position. Show me an organization in which employees take ownership, and I will show you one that beats its competitors. When people are inspired, they achieve more than they ever thought possible. Great leaders are not afraid to challenge the status quo and embrace change. What's needed now is a dramatic new way of inspiring people to excel while things are happening at lightning speed. Innovation and progress are achieved only by those who venture beyond standard operating procedure. I wanted every sailor to feel responsible for the successful outcome on that ship, because they were. I couldn't do it on my own. We constantly challenged every mindset. The best way to keep a ship, or any organization, on course for success is to give the troops all the responsibility they can handle and then stand back. You have to train yourself in leadership, and you can't afford to wait until you get promoted to begin the process. While you're still an individual contributor, learn to think like your boss, so when the day comes to be a leader, you're ready to step right in with your game plan in hand. Listen to your people. They often have the best ideas and solutions. The timeless challenge in the real world is to help less talented people transcend their limitations. It taught me not to give up on people until I have exhausted every opportunity to train them and help them grow. I found that the more people knew what the goals were, the better buy-in I got, and the better results we achieved together. Lead by example. Your actions speak louder than words. As a manager, the one signal you need to steadily send to your people is how important they are to you. In fact, nothing is more important to you. Realize your influence, and use it wisely. Be there for your people. Find out who they are. Recognize the effects you have on them and how you can make them grow taller. Leadership is not about being the smartest person in the room, it's about being open-minded and willing to learn from others. Articulating the feelings that your people are afraid to speak is a large part of what leaders, including ship captains, do for a living. Leaders need to understand how profoundly they affect people, how their optimism and pessimism are equally infectious, how directly they set the tone and spirit of everyone around them. Celebrate the successes and milestones along the way. Recognize and appreciate the efforts of your team. The key to being a successful skipper is to see the ship through the eyes of the crew. Only then can you find out what's really wrong and, in so doing, help the sailors empower themselves to fix it. I'm absolutely convinced that positive, personal reinforcement is the essence of effective leadership. Leadership is mostly the art of doing simple things very well. If your bosses see you lifting burdens off their shoulders, and they find out they can trust you, they stay out of your face. And that gives you the freedom you need to operate independently and improve your ship. Building strong relationships and connections with your team is essential for effective leadership. Leaders must be willing to put the ship's performance ahead of their egos, which for some is harder than others. Leadership is not about being liked, it's about staying safe in tough times and giving people a vision of why what they're doing is important so they can make a difference. A Gallup study found that when people leave their companies, 65% of them are actually leaving their managers. Sometimes things go right by accident, and you are left with the dangerous illusion that it was your doing. I can order my people around, but I can't order them to stay. If all you give are orders, then all you will get are order takers. Show me a manager who ignores the power of praise, and I will show you a lousy manager. No matter how fantastic your message is, if no one is receiving it, you aren't communicating. In all the years I've been playing, I've never considered changing my cue. It was the first cue I ever bought, aged 13, picked from a cabinet in a Dunfermline snooker centre just because I liked the Rex Williams signature on it. I saved £40 to buy it. It's a cheap bit of wood, and it's been the butt of other players' jokes for ages. If I'm going to play, I'm going to have to give it 100%, which means I'm going to have to play in all of the tournaments that I don't like. For me, winning was job done. I would practice the day after. I loved being the best player in the world. There was no pressure staying there. When you get a trophy, why go jumping and crying? Winning's a great feeling, but everything else is an anticlimax. It's easy to have a good attitude when you're flying, but you need it when you're up against it as well. You benefit from deep inner belief of having wins behind you, so you get to the table, and you know you're not going to miss. The quarterfinals are always an exciting round because you know you're one match away from that one table situation, where the magic really starts to happen at the crucible and where it starts to come into its own. By 2012, my game was shot. You're sitting on your chair watching players leagues below you play shots you can't. That destroyed me. It's nice to have genuine appreciation for what you've achieved in the game. You don't often get it in Britain. If there are no more tournaments added, I could be looking at playing pool. Why not? You don't want to be sat at home twiddling your fingers all day. It is just down to confidence. When I haven't got any, I hate playing the game. You have to win any way you can. In Britain, we don't appreciate people who have been a major success in sport. It is grudgingly given to you. I would never be one to go striding over to any woman who caught my eye. After all, I'm the person who got to know my wife's parents before I plucked up the courage to talk to her. Financially speaking, I haven't ended my career in the best shape, and there are debts, as well as what is to come by way of a divorce settlement to Mandy. If I have regrets, it's around my sons. There is no doubt they were affected by the divorce, Carter more than Blaine, I think. In China, they appreciate someone who has worked hard. They say it is incredible to win 7 world championships. I know it is, but it's a shame I have to go 10,000 miles to get the whole crowd behind me. I love playing in China. The crowds here value success more than British people seem to. In snooker, it's very important to keep very still on the shot and allow the cue to do the work. In the 90s, I never socialized with other players. Unless I can do myself justice and play well, I'm not going to play. I'll put a lot of hard work in, and if I play like I have this week, then who knows? I'm surprised at how close the final was considering how badly I played. There are players out there who want to dominate and keep their opponents sitting down. They want to make centuries and win frames at a single visit, and I like to see that. I don't think about technique. I just put the balls. The tip I would give is that once you play the shot, make sure your chin is touching the cue after you hit the cue ball. It was hard for me because I've never played mark before and I was expected to win. Ever since I was a kid, I'd imagined that I was making a break to win the world championship. When I was 13, my parents bought me a mini snooker set for my birthday. From the moment I first held a cue in my hands, I was transfixed. Snooker is my sanctuary and always has been. There are some people who never get used to losing at anything, and I am probably one of them. It's always been my weakness that my concentration tends to go when I get into scrappy frames. When you have a big lead, you relax and don't concentrate as much. You really have to be winning by the time you get to 20 these days. Before, find out his quotes related to success in his life, we should know about short his biography as below. Draymond Jamal Green, born March 4, 1990, is an American professional basketball player for the Golden State Warriors of the National Basketball Association, NBA. Green, who plays primarily at the power forward position, is a four-time NBA champion, a four-time NBA All-Star, a two-time member of the All-NBA team, and a two-time Olympic gold medalist. He is considered one of the greatest defensive players in the league. He's an eight-time All-Defensive Team, 2017 NBA Defensive Player of the Year and led the league in steals. He was a runner-up for the Defensive Player of the Year award 3 times in his career. Green grew up in Saginaw, Michigan, and he played college basketball for Michigan State, where he helped the Spartans earn 2 Final Four appearances and a Big Ten tournament championship in 2012. Throughout his 4-year college career, Green earned conference and national honors, including Big Ten Conference 6th Man of the Year as a sophomore and consensus All-American, and NABC National Player of the Year honors as a senior. He was drafted 35th overall in the 2012 NBA draft by the Golden State Warriors and later played a key role on the Warriors' 2015, 2017, 2018 and 2022 championship teams. Green, who often plays significant minutes for the Warriors as an undersized center in their death lineup, has been cited as one of the leaders in an emerging trend in the NBA of versatile frontcourt players capable of playing and defending multiple positions, making plays for teammates, and spacing the floor. He is considered one of the best passers and defensive players of the 2010s, known for his steals, shot blocking, rebounding, and overall defensive play. He has also been criticized for his on-court conduct and for highly physical play that some deem dirty. Winning is contagious. It becomes addictive, and you never want to settle for anything less. I don't have a scoring mentality. My mentality is to win. Success is not just about individual achievements, it's about how you elevate your teammates and make everyone better. I take pride in being a leader and being vocal on the court. It's important to communicate and keep everyone on the same page. It's not always about the points, it's about the impact you make on the game. I feel like each possession is a battle and you never want to lose a battle. I'm not afraid to speak my mind and stand up for what I believe in. I've always been underestimated and overlooked. It fuels me to prove people wrong. You have to be willing to do the dirty work, the things that don't show up in the stat sheet, to be a champion. You have to embrace the struggle and the grind. That's where greatness is built. Think about the deflections. The offense can't score every play. They're just trying to get a good shot. If I can deflect a pass, even if it doesn't cause a turnover, it will throw their timing off half a second. That half a second might mess up their shot. I refuse to be outworked, and I consider myself to have the heart of a lion. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm arrogant. I'm just confident. I play with passion and intensity. That's just who I am as a player. I'm blessed. I get to play the game I love for a living and make a lot of money doing it. Every year, I strive to be the best defensive player in the league. My heart is bigger than most guys who have size over me. My whole life, I've guarded guys bigger than me. I've gotten to the point where I'm comfortable guarding any position on the floor. It just didn't happen overnight. It came with a lot of work, a lot of film study and everything. No one is going to tell me I'm too small to do whatever, to do anything. That's not up to them, and I'll never give anyone that power to say that. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. I think complacency is what you allow it to be. When you play against people that's better than you get better. I just go out and play my game. Just making sure I keep doing those little things, like playing with toughness, that's just me. I can throw all the good passes I want, but if they don't make shots, it's not an assist. I tell guys all the time, you see me messing up, get at me. I want you to get at me. That's one of my strengths, that I can adjust, and I can play with anyone. You're not born knowing how to do math. You're taught that. You're not born knowing how to hate someone. You're taught that. And so, I feel I want to use my platform to raise awareness about it. To help raise something positive. In America, you look around and a lot of things that happen, it all stems from that. Al Gore won the popular vote, and didn't get elected president, so I'm not going to sit here and kill myself over not winning Defensive Player of the Year. I know what hard times are like. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. I've had struggles. I'm going to be more critical of myself than anyone could ever be. It's kinda ridiculous what you can't say nowadays. You really can't say anything you believe. I think it's freaking ridiculous how sensitive everyone is to everything, how much things are frowned upon. How much stuff will cost you nowadays. I think it's freaking ridiculous that we can't, there's certain topics that you can't really say how you feel about. I don't really mind any scrutiny. It doesn't bother me. I'm going to still live my life and do everything I do the same way and not lose any sleep. The more time you spend with somebody, the more your relationship grows. There's still nothing like a home-cooked meal. Absolutely not. At the end of the day, before basketball, before anything, I'm a man. You see the guys sign the big contract, you see everybody on TV, but you don't see all the work that goes into that. It's a grind. And a lot of people don't see that grind. True success is one of the greatest needs. Success is not something you stumble onto or come to by accident. It is something you must sincerely prepare for. Take a good look at successes, and you'll see the same consistent qualities all the time, qualities of one's character that make one strive for a goal with a standard of unmatched excellence. A baseball swing is a very finely tuned instrument. It is repetition, and more repetition, then a little more after that. I feel that the most important requirement in success is learning to overcome failure. You must learn to tolerate it, but never accept it. I didn't come to New York to be a star, I brought my star with me. I love the challenge of the game. I love the work. My goal right now is to have a season next year that is better than this year. I never look back, I always look forward. Being a superstar can make life very difficult to grow. So, I like to visit with my friends, listen to some fine music, drink some good wine, perhaps take a ride in the country in a fine car, or just walk along the beach. Sometimes I underestimate the magnitude of me. There are 3 types of baseball players: those who make it happen, those who watch it happen, and those who wonder what happens. The only reason I don't like playing in the World Series is I can't watch myself play. I was reminded that when we lose and I strike out, 1 billion people in China don't care. When I was with the Yankees in 1978, we were playing Baltimore at Yankee Stadium, and the score was 3-3 going into the bottom of the 9th inning. I led off against Tippy Martinez, a little left-hander who always gave me trouble, and the count went to 3-0. If I was being paid $30,000 a year, the very least I could do was hit .400. Hitting is better than sex. Fans don't boo nobodies. When I stepped into the box, I felt the at-bat belonged to me. Everybody else was there for my convenience. The pitcher was there to throw me a ball to hit. The catcher was there to throw it back to him if he didn't give me what I wanted the first time. And the umpire was lucky that he was close enough to watch. You know, this game's not very much fun when you're only hitting .247. Home run hitters strike out a lot. After Jackie Robinson, the most important black in baseball history is Reggie Jackson. I really mean that. If you can't see the rotation and tell if it's a sink, a fastball, then you have to be able to tell whether that fastball is a two-seamer or a four-seamer. You have to be able to recognize if it's a slider or a curveball. You have to be able to recognize if it's a changeup or a split finger. Babe Ruth was great. I'm just lucky. The only difference between me and those other great Yankees is my skin color. I'm human and I've played my butt off for 10 years. I'm not a loafer, I'm not a jerk, I'm a baseball player. Every hitter likes fastballs, just like everybody likes ice cream. But you don't like it when someone's stuffing it into you by the gallon. That's what it feels like when Nolan Ryan's thrown balls by you. You don't face Nolan Ryan without your rest. He's the only guy I go against that makes me go to bed before midnight. I'll tell you what makes a great manager. A great manager has a knack for making ball players think they are better than they think they are. He forces you to have a good opinion of yourself. He lets you know he believes in you. Once you realize how good you really are, you never settle for playing less than your best. I couldn't quit, because of all the kids, and the blacks, and the little people pulling for me. I represent both the underdog and the overdog in our society. I do everything as honestly as I can. I give all I have to give. But I don't let people get in my way. Everybody's got a Reggie story. I don't mind getting beaten, but I hate to lose. Please God, let me hit one. I'll tell everybody you did it. When you've played this game for 10 years and gone to bat 7,000 times and gotten 2,000 hits, do you know what that really means? It means you've gone 0 for 5,000. So many ideas come to you and you want to try them all, but you can't. You're like a mosquito in a nudist colony, you don't know where to start. I didn't get to the Hall of Fame by playing not to make an out. The will to win is worthless if you don't get paid for it. I have a hard time believing athletes are overpriced. If an owner is losing money, give it up. It's a business. I have trouble figuring out why owners would stay in if they're losing money. If I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me. I'm the straw that stirs the drink. Maybe I should tell me and Munson, but he can only stir it bad. The only way I'm going to get a gold glove is with a can of spray paint. Just like every other kid in my grade school, I was listening to my little radio plugged in my ear when Mickey Mantle hit 18 postseason homers and won series after series for the Yankees. I listened and I learned from that. I think he was the original Mr. October, but thank God it didn't stick. Laughter heals all wounds, and that's one thing that everybody shares. No matter what you're going through, it makes you forget about your problems. I think the world should keep laughing. In life, you can choose to cry about the bullshit that happens to you, or you can choose to laugh about it. I choose laughter. There is no need to seek external approval when you already have internal approval. The best tip I could give you is to be active. So many people talk about what they want to do and they just love words. Put actions behind your words. Don't be a talker, be a doer. I don't care how busy I am, I will always make time for what's most important to me. The day you stop doing the small things is the day you think you're above everybody else. How you handle rejection is very similar to how you'll handle success. If you're strong enough to handle rejection without taking it personally, without holding a grudge, and without losing your passion and drive, then you'll be strong enough to reap the rewards. But if you're too weak to handle failure and disappointment, then you're too weak to handle success, which will only end up damaging your life and happiness. No matter what, people grow. If you chose not to grow, you're staying in a small box with a small mindset. People who win go outside of that box. It's very simple when you look at it. If you give up at the first sign of struggle, you're really not ready to be successful. Success isn't supposed to happen, no matter how hard you work. There's no guarantee you're going to succeed. There's nothing set in stone. I stayed true to my dreams and, eventually, they came true. Everybody that's successful lays a blueprint out. I don't think you get successful to brag and throw what you have in the world's face. That's all private. Appreciate hard work and the process of hard work. Because after that's over and you get the rewards of success, you look back on these moments and you respect those moments the best. You have no character, you have no place to come from. The best feeling in the world is seeing the benefits and rewards of hard work. A reputation as a hard worker is a good reputation to have. My goals are so high that I don't have time to relax, in any way, shape or form. Everybody wants to be famous, but nobody wants to do the work. I live by that. You grind hard so you can play hard. At the end of the day, you put all the work in, and eventually it'll pay off. It could be in a year, it could be in 30 years. Eventually, your hard work will pay off. Be loyal to those who help you grow. You got a team, you keep your team together, you run as a unit. You got a team of people, it means they believed in you, they bought into your dream. That means they invested into you, they invested time, energy and effort. In return, you gotta invest your vision and promise them that we're all going to win together. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this career of mine. I feel like I have a job to do, like I constantly have to reinvent myself. The more I up the ante for myself, the better it is in the long run. I try to interact with my fans as much as possible. It's good that the person I'm being on stage isn't really an act. It's really me. I feel like whatever you've done in your career, good or bad, it's nothing but a preparation for the big events to come. The two things in the world we all share in this world are laughter and pain. We've all got problems. The levels of those problems vary, but we've all got problems. When you can take things that are painful and make them funny, that's a gift to you and your audience. My goal is to make everyone and anyone a Kevin Hart fan. You can do the same thing with $20 million that you would do with $50 million. So at a certain point in your life and in your career, you realize that it's not about the money. At the end of the day, your fans are the people who support you in and out. And their opinions matter. Every relationship should eventually become a long-term relationship. Any director that I meet now isn't just a director. He's potentially a friend, and someone I can call to do a project that I want or that I have. My experiences in life are getting bigger and better. The more stuff I do, the more stuff I talk about, having kids, traveling, going through relationship problems, dealing with things in my own family. All that stuff builds character. The only time you should look back in life is to see how far you have come. Life is too short to worry about what others say about you. Have fun and give them something to talk about. I am who I am. That's why my friends and peers respect and appreciate me. I don't change or cater my actions to fit my surroundings. I'm myself 24/7. People appreciate that. You get one life. I'm going to embrace mine. My main goal is to be a self-made man and have control over what's mine. You definitely want your kids to understand their heritage, but I don't want my kids to just focus on being black. They are people. I don't want them to judge other people or to be judged. I want them to be good people, so good people will treat them accordingly. I preach that to my kids and everything else falls into place. I don't want enemies. I want friends, and I want them in all shapes, sizes and colors, and loving whoever they want to. I never do anything that I don't want to do. I can get where some scientists would say comedians are crazy. What you have to understand, a lot of comedians are dealing with a dark passion. A lot of these are guys coming from a tumultuous life, including myself. Some people need outlets, a way to express yourself. Some people love so hard that they can't control those emotions when they're at their deepest point. I don't see how people are comfortable with seeing other people be great. You can be happy for anybody, but what is your excuse to not want to be great? These people are great because they just say, "I'ma do that," and they do it. That's it. There's no scientifical process. No man wants to settle down. It happens. Eventually you're going to bump into somebody that makes you go, I don't mind seeing this person every day. Ever argue with a female and, in the middle of the argument, you no longer feel safe because of her actions. She may start pacing back and forth real fast, breathing out her nose. You know what my girl does? When she gets mad, she starts talking in the third person. That's scary as hell because that's her way of telling me that from this point on, she is not responsible for none of her actions. At the end of the day, women are a distraction. Whether you realize it or not. So, I'm at the office, I tell this guy. Pass me the stapler, but when you pass it, make sure staples are in it, because if it isn't, I can't staple anything. I think if you get kicked in the face you deserved it because that means that you watched the foot come to your face. Change the changeable, accept the unchangeable, and remove yourself from the unacceptable. Success is almost totally dependent upon drive and persistence. The extra energy required to make another effort or try another approach is the secret of winning. Happiness cannot be traveled to, owned, earned, worn or consumed. Happiness is the spiritual experience of living every minute with love, grace, and gratitude. The less you try to impress, the more impressive you are. The winner's edge is not in a gifted birth, a high IQ, or in talent. The winner's edge is all in the attitude, not aptitude. All of the top achievers I know are lifelong learners. Looking for new skills, insights, and ideas. If they're not learning, they're not growing and not moving toward excellence. Don't dwell on what went wrong. Instead, focus on what to do next. Spend your energies on moving forward toward finding the answer. The results you achieve will be in direct proportion to the effort you apply. Life is not accountable to us. We are accountable to life. If you believe you can, you probably can. If you believe you won't, you most assuredly won't. Belief is the ignition switch that gets you off the launching pad. As long as we are persistent in our pursuit of our deepest destiny, we will continue to grow. We cannot choose the day or time when we will fully bloom. It happens in its own time. The most splendid achievement of all is the constant striving to surpass yourself and to be worthy of your own approval. Success in life comes not from holding a good hand, but in playing a poor hand well. Courage means to keep working a relationship, to continue seeking solutions to difficult problems, and to stay focused during stressful periods. The price of success is to bear the criticism of envy. Don't wait for an employer, friend, or mentor to show appreciation for your work. Take pride in your own efforts on a daily basis. A dream is your creative vision for your life in the future. You must break out of your current comfort zone and become comfortable with the unfamiliar and the unknown. You are an uncut gemstone of priceless value. Cut and polish your potential with knowledge, skills and service, and you will be in great demand throughout your life. Time is the most precious element of human existence. The successful person knows how to put energy into time, and how to draw success from time. Our limitations and success will be based, most often, on your own expectations for ourselves. What the mind dwells upon, the body acts upon. You have all the reason in the world to achieve your grandest dreams. Imagination plus innovation equals realization. You must learn from your past mistakes, but not lean on your past successes. Personal satisfaction is the most important ingredient of success. Winners are people with definite purpose in life. A failure is like fertilizer, it stinks to be sure, but it makes things grow faster in the future. There are no mistakes or failures, only lessons. Failure should be our teacher, not our undertaker. Failure is delay, not defeat. It is a temporary detour, not a dead-end street. Failures do what is tension relieving, while winners do what is goal achieving. The greatest gift you can give your children are the roots of responsibility and the wings of independence. There are two primary choices in life: to accept conditions as they exist, or accept the responsibility for changing them. You must stick to your conviction, but be ready to abandon your assumptions. The majority of people consider their work a means to an end. People who work for money only come to the end faster than people who are involved in their life's purpose every day. Life is inherently risky. There is only one big risk you should avoid at all costs, and that is the risk of doing nothing. Get excited and enthusiastic about your own dream. This excitement is like a forest fire, you can smell it, taste it, and see it from a mile away. The most important opinion you'll ever have is the one you hold of yourself. You must look within for value, but must look beyond for perspective. Losers take chances, winners make choices. Everything that is past is either a learning experience to grow on, a beautiful memory to reflect on, or a motivating factor to act upon. The most important key to the permanent enhancement of self-esteem is the practice of positive inner talk. The real risk is doing nothing. It's not what you are that holds you back, it's what you think you are not. The essence of life is finding something you really love and then making the daily experience worthwhile. Time and health are two precious assets that we don't recognize and appreciate until they have been depleted. Losers live in the past. Winners learn from the past, and enjoy working in the present toward the future. Mistakes are painful when they happen, but years later a collection of mistakes is what is called experience. Never become so much of an expert that you stop gaining expertise. View life as a continuous learning experience. The greatest gift you can give yourself is a little bit of your own attention. Don't tell people how to live, demonstrate by example. You must welcome change as the rule but not as your ruler. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. We are supposed to forgive everyone includes ourselves. Expect the best, plan for the worst and prepare to be surprised. Chase your passion, not your pension. Accept yourself as you are right now, an imperfect, changing, growing and worthy person. Learn from the past, set vivid, detailed goals for the future, and live in the only moment of time over which you have any control, now. Famous quotes of Christian Bale related to work, business, honestly, inspiration. I tend to think you're fearless when you recognize why you should be scared of things, but do them anyway. I find something fascinating about the quiet man in the background who has no desire to be the center of attention. It's got to do with putting yourself in other people's shoes and seeing how far you can come to truly understand them. I like the empathy that comes from acting. Working out is incredibly boring. I swear it's true that the bigger your muscles get, the fewer brain cells you have. Certainly, I have no attraction to misery. I don't intentionally go for dark. A teenager usually wants to try to get people to notice him in some way, to feel like someone gives a damn. Me, all that attention, I just wanted to fade into the background. Be invisible. Disappear. But I enjoyed getting sick, I didn't mind it at all. So, in that short amount of time, I did actually go from 121 right back up to 180, which is way too fast obviously. And that resulted in some doctor's visits to get things sorted out. The biggest rebellion I could have ever had with my father would be to work in a bank. He would have disowned me. As long as I was doing something where I didn't have to wear a tie, I was good. Planning a career, I always find that such a tricky thing, because I don't have much of a plan, really. In everyday life, my wife is the most wonderful. We're in love with each other beyond belief. There have been many times when you spend a number of months and the finished product is not what you wanted to see. And Batman Begins was what I wanted to see. If everyone really knew what a jerk I am in real life, I wouldn't be so adored in the slightest. I've had some painful experiences in my life, but I feel like I'm trivializing them by using them for a scene in a movie. I don't want to do that. It just makes me feel kind of dirty for having done that. I don't get it when you get so much openness about the way movies are made, and the special effects and the behind the scenes stuff and all of that. I can't help but feel like this reduces it a little bit. The interesting thing about a movie is the movie. An actor should never be larger than the film he's in. But I learned that there's a certain character that can be built from embarrassing yourself endlessly. If you can sit happy with embarrassment, there's not much else that can really get to yet. Obviously there are times with acting when exactly what is required is just going through the motions, and when doing nothing is the best thing. But at other times, you have to make that leap beyond the immediate environment of people putting up lights on the set. I start from scratch with each movie, I wipe the slate, and I certainly don't rely on some bag of acting tricks I've amassed over the years. I'm an actor, I'm not a politician. I always kick myself when I talk too much about family or personal things. I've always felt that I would rather see an actor, writer, or musician's work, rather than actually know the person. If you know too much about an artist, it somehow lessens their ability to do their work as well. I always figure, hey, look, I'm not a rock star, I'm an actor. I'm somebody who's meant to be other people and I'm not meant to be here representing myself. I'm happier when I'm presenting myself as other characters. I think mostly it's the adventure that I will have in making the movie. That's what I look for. Well, it's embarrassing to be a star. In terms of the romantic kind of lead, I just never enjoy those movies very much. Maybe they'll come to interest me more as I get older. I doubt it, but maybe. Romantic comedies tend to be, for me, an oxymoron. I don't want to know about the lives of other actors and I don't want people to know too much about me. If we don't know about the private lives of other actors, that leaves us as clean slates when it comes to playing characters. That's the point, they can create these other characters and I can believe them. One of the places where we lived when I was growing up had this big wood out the back. And starting when I was about 8, I used to enjoy just walking alone through the wood late. 11 p.m. midnight. Later. I don't think I'm like any of the characters I've played, they're all really far from who I am. I don't personally look to my own life experiences for answers about how to play a scene. We are starting off with our own different characters and our own laws and everything, looking at Bruce Wayne and how he came to be the person that he was and how he comes to be this man that jumps around in the bat suit. The only thing that I'm obsessed with is sleeping, and actually, it is more than an obsession, it is a pleasure. I have a fear of being boring. It's the actors who are prepared to make fools of themselves who are usually the ones who come to mean something to the audience. I tend to stay in character between scenes. To be rather serious on set, but here's why, and I think people will find it surprising. I'm one of the worst corpses on a movie set, which means you can't keep a straight face. You start to get the giggles and you can't stop. I think trying too hard to be sexy is the worst thing in the world a woman can do. I have this theory that, depending on your attitude, your life doesn't have to become this ridiculous charade that it seems so many people end up living. Art is something to be proud of. Art is no compromise. I'll find myself having dinner with people and someone will mention something and I will say I was in that situation once. Then I'll say, forget it, it was a scene I was in. That can get to be quite confusing. Essentially, I'm untrained, so I just go with my imagination and try to put myself as solidly as I can into the shoes of whatever person I'm going to be playing. So yeah, a good director will be able to listen and hear everything, but have a confident vision of his own that he can say, oh yeah, that's a great point. And you never know, after you can help far more than you think you can, because there's so much more that he's juggling than an actor. A movie star is someone people look at and go, I want to be like that person. There's the responsibility of desire. It's not something I'm interested in trying. I would fail miserably at it, so why even bother? I only sound intelligent when there's a good script writer around. I never want to turn something down because I'm afraid to do it, because of some idea of image or whatever. That was never anything I set out to do. In fact, the opposite, I always want to confuse people in terms of any kind of image and be unpredictable in any kind of movie I make. My hope is that people will be repulsed by the character's complete lack of ethics and obsession with consumerism. That's what I was saying about the difference between the character's message and the film's message. I've always believed that the director does whatever the hell he wants. That's what you sign on for as an actor. I can't stand it when you have actors who are trying to leverage directors into doing things they don't want to do. Nuclear apocalypse, who do you need? Actors are probably not top of the list. What can I do for you? I can pretend to be somebody who can grow you some nice crops. I met my grandfather just before he died, and it was the first time that I had seen Dad with a relative of his. It was interesting to see my own father as a son and the body language and alteration in attitude that comes with that, and it sort of changed our relationship for the better. I will never say never, but I will say never to doing the more typical romantic comedies. You know, unless I'm getting audited and I'm on the street and I desperately need some dough and that's the only thing that I'm getting. There was a great complexity to my father. He was a devoted family man. But, in the same breath, he simply was not suited to an anchored life. He should have been somebody who had a backpack, an old map, a bit of change in his pocket, and that was it, roaming the world. In honesty, there are probably a lot of stories that can be told with Batman. I like the idea of him growing older and he can't quite do it as much anymore. In honesty, there are probably a lot of stories that can be told with Batman. I like the idea of him growing older and he can't quite do it as much anymore. I went backwards and forwards over it until I was 22. And then in the past few years I began to say to myself, okay, look, I'm not messing around. This is something I want to attack, instead of thinking, I'll just see what happens with it. I like the idea of movies having a magic element. How many times have you seen an actor in a movie who you know only as the character? It's wonderful, isn't it? And I not only inherited an aversion to the 9-to-5 routine, but the sense from my parents that being bored and boring is the worst thing that you can be. I'd love to remain a secret and still work, but I also want people to see the movies I'm in and get a higher profile because of that. I like to think that as long as you continue choosing diverse roles, you can avoid becoming predictable. What the hell kind of man decides to dress up as a bat and run around the city? There's got to be something a little bit loose in there. I never want to feel that I'm playing it safe. When it comes to films, people often don't differentiate between the message of a bad central character and the message of the film itself. They are two separate things. All of the muscles were gone, so that was a real tough time of rebuilding all of that. But you have a deadline, you have an obligation. You've said that you will commit to this part, and I just can't live with myself for not really giving it as much as I can. And being as I'm somebody who loves movies like The Machinist, I also love going along to big mass entertainment movies. I get in the mood for all kinds of movies, and so I like to try each of them. You're creating a different world and the actor's job is to be able to convince the audience to enter into that world, whether it be actually something that you recognize from your own life or not. It's about pursuing it rather than waiting to see what comes along. That's partly because I found myself getting typecast, as everyone does unless they pursue roles that are very different from what they've done before. Batman took 10 months to film, and by the time I stopped working on it, it took a long time before my English accent came out again. I was actually having to try for it. I mean, first of all, let me say whichever superhero first came up with the idea of wearing a cape, he wasn't really onto anything good. The number of times I'm treading on that damn thing or I throw a punch and it ends up covering my whole head. It's really not practical. The point of having a director is that they make the final decision, it's their point of view, they set the rhythm and they make the final decisions. Look, I've got incredible pride for my family. I've absolutely fallen into that cliché of a dad who could just happily talk about my daughter endlessly. 310 humor was one that I just kept on talking and thinking about after reading it. And I think the reason is because, Like in most westerns, you have the very clear-cut bad guy/good guy. However, as the movie progresses, you kind of see that it's a very fine line that divides these two. All I've ever ended up with in terms of achievements is the movie, some really stupid anecdotes, a bunch of crosswords that I didn't finish, and maybe some old bicycle that I found lying around on set. My dad was the biggest influence on my life because he was never boring. The only thing I would unequivocally say is that I have never had any interest in romantic comedy. I just couldn't do it. I think I'd be terrible. A lot of actors say that theater's the thing for them. And that's great, and I'm not one to speak with any authority about it because of not having done it properly. For me, movies are what I love. Putting on weight is easy all the way through. But after the first couple of weeks, the novelty wears off very quickly, and your body is groaning and starting to really shout at you, saying, "Why? Why? Why? Why are you doing this?" The Machinist changed me. I learned that I really enjoy, literally, not saying a damned word for days at a time, except for what was in the scene. Whole days off. Nothing. Just standing still. I know a lot of people found it bizarre, because they'd be standing right next to me thinking, "Why aren't we talking? What's going on?" If I'm not working, I really have nothing to do with it. I'm not hanging out and mixing with film people. Not that I have anything against film people, they're some of the best people around and some of the worst people around, just like in any business. They just gesticulate a little bit more. No, only disappointment in myself on those occasions I didn't manage to rise to the occasion as I felt I should have done. I can always see how to do it, and then the challenge is, can I manage that each and every day? I'm English. Our dentistry is not world famous. I started my career without fans. How serious can a movie about time-traveling robots be? You want it to be cool and fun. I do like taking stuff seriously that a lot of people look at as nonsense. I enjoy the insanity of that. And I like the commitment that is needed for that. I always leave that for other people to decide, because some of the things I consider to be disasters are some people's favorite movies. And that's what I like so much, is that you never know. Something intrigues somebody and means nothing to somebody else. I don't have acknowledged preferences of characters. There are occasions when I've pretended to be in a firefight, and then there are people who have really been in a firefight. Clearly, it's absolutely ridiculous, and even disrespectful, to suggest that I understand what that is. I put on weight like Santa Claus. I just get this belly that kind of extends out. Everyone always tells you that you're the only one that can do this or that role right, and if you say no, they go to somebody else and tell them that they're the only one that can do it right. But when they're talking to you, you're always the best actor of your generation. There are movies where actors aren't characters but movie stars, being cool beyond belief throughout the whole movie. That is what it is. And we reveal ourselves when we act, very often without noticing. But if I can manage to do a character without showing anything of myself, then that's the ultimate goal for me. No leakage. I find what I do for a living really funny. I mean, acting is kind of a hilarious thing for a grown man to call a job. I'm not an actor that tends to care. I don't ask, is this a close-up? Is this a master? Is this a wide? What are you doing? If I look up and notice the camera, I go, oh, it's a big one today, must be an IMAX. And that's kinda it for me because it doesn't affect what I'm doing. I'm not really into musicals. Experience is simply the name we give our mistakes. There is only one thing in life worse than being talked about, and that is not being talked about. Between men and women, there is no friendship possible. There is passion, enmity, worship, and love, but no friendship. There are only two tragedies in life, one is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. Children begin by loving their parents. After a time, they judge them. Rarely, if ever, do they forgive them. When the gods wish to punish us, they answer our prayers. If you are not too long, I will wait here for you all my life. The only difference between the saint and the sinner is that every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. I have the simplest tastes. I am always satisfied with the best. Consistency is the last refuge of the unimaginative. A man can be happy with any woman, as long as he does not love her. Keep love in your heart. A life without it is like a sunless garden when the flowers are dead. Memory is the diary that we all carry about with us. Education is an admirable thing, but it is well to remember from time to time that nothing that is worth knowing can be taught. Life is never fair, and perhaps it is a good thing for most of us that it is not. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. Ambition is the last refuge of the failure. Women are made to be loved, not understood. Morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. What is a cynic? A man who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. One should always be in love. That is the reason one should never marry. The true mystery of the world is the visible, not the invisible. The world is a stage, but the play is badly cast. To expect the unexpected shows a thoroughly modern intellect. No man is rich enough to buy back his past. Life is far too important a thing ever to talk seriously about. Moderation is a fatal thing. Nothing succeeds like excess. The old believe everything, the middle-aged suspect everything, the young know everything. Sometimes the poor are praised for being thrifty. But to recommend thrift to the poor is both grotesque and insulting. It is like advising a man who is starving to eat less. Selfishness is not living as one wishes to live, it is asking others to live as one wishes to live. He has no enemies, but is intensely disliked by his friends. It is better to be beautiful than to be good. But it is better to be good than to be ugly. Some cause happiness wherever they go, others whenever they go. Man is least himself when he talks in his own person. Give him a mask, and he will tell you the truth. When I was young, I thought that money was the most important thing in life. Now that I am old, I know that it is. Patriotism is the virtue of the vicious. I can resist everything except temptation. A dreamer is one who can only find his way by moonlight, and his punishment is that he sees the dawn before the rest of the world. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Every portrait that is painted with feeling is a portrait of the artist, not of the sitter. Success is a science. If you have the conditions, you get the result. Life imitates art far more than art imitates life. True friends stab you in the front. A man's face is his autobiography. A woman's face is her work of fiction. America is the only country that went from barbarism to decadence without civilization in between. All women become like their mothers. That is their tragedy. No man does. That's his. Men always want to be a woman's first love, women like to be a man's last romance. It is absurd to divide people into good and bad. People are either charming or tedious. Work is the curse of the drinking classes. To lose one parent may be regarded as a misfortune, to lose both looks like carelessness. Beauty is the only thing that time cannot harm. Philosophies fall away like sand, creeds follow one another, but what is beautiful is a joy for all seasons, a possession for all eternity. The only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. I can resist everything but temptation. Most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their lives are mimicry, their passions a quotation. Bigamy is having one wife too many. Monogamy is the same. Conversation about the weather is the last refuge of the unimaginative. Society exists only as a mental concept, in the real world there are only individuals. I always pass on good advice. It is the only thing to do with it. It is never of any use to oneself. By giving us the opinions of the uneducated, journalism keeps us in touch with the ignorance of the community. A gentleman is one who never hurts anyone's feelings unintentionally. Who, being loved, is poor. It is what you read when you don't have to that determines what you will be when you can't help it. There is no sin except stupidity. I am so clever that sometimes I don't understand a single word of what I am saying. All art is at once surface and symbol. Those who go beneath the surface do so at their peril. Those who read the symbol do so at their peril. It is the spectator, and not life, that art really mirrors. Diversity of opinion about a work of art shows that the work is new, complex, and vital. Questions are never indiscreet, answers sometimes are. A man who does not think for himself does not think at all. Ridicule is the tribute paid to the genius by the mediocrities. How can a woman be expected to be happy with a man who insists on treating her as if she were a perfectly normal human being? Experience is one thing you can't get for nothing. I choose my friends for their good looks, my acquaintances for their good characters, and my enemies for their intellects. A man cannot be too careful in the choice of his enemies. Man can believe the impossible, but man can never believe the improbable. Nothing is so aggravating than calmness. No great artist ever sees things as they really are. If he did, he would cease to be an artist. The books that the world calls immoral are books that show the world its own shame. As long as war is regarded as wicked, it will always have its fascination. When it is looked upon as vulgar, it will cease to be popular. When good Americans die, they go to Paris. If one could only teach the English how to talk, and the Irish how to listen, society here would be quite civilized. The world is divided into two classes, those who believe the incredible, and those who do the improbable. A woman begins by resisting a man's advances and ends by blocking his retreat. I put all my genius into my life, I put only my talent into my works. In America, the young are always ready to give to those who are older than themselves the full benefits of their inexperience. A little sincerity is a dangerous thing, and a great deal of it is absolutely fatal. Fashion is a form of ugliness, so intolerable that we have to alter it every 6 months. Everybody who is incapable of learning has taken to teaching. When a man has once loved a woman, he will do anything for her except continue to love her. One of the many lessons that one learns in prison is that things are what they are and will be what they will be. I never travel without my diary. One should always have something sensational to read on the train. This suspense is terrible. I hope it will last. Always forgive your enemies, nothing annoys them so much. The only thing to do with good advice is to pass it on. It is never of any use to oneself. The truth is rarely pure and never simple. An excellent man, he has no enemies, and none of his friends like him. Ordinary riches can be stolen, real riches cannot. In your soul are infinitely precious things that cannot be taken from you. Art is the most intense mode of individualism that the world has known. Nothing can cure the soul but the senses, just as nothing can cure the senses but the soul. One's real life is so often the life that one does not lead. Seriousness is the only refuge of the shallow. Hatred is blind, as well as love. I find it harder and harder every day to live up to my blue china. Men marry because they are tired, women, because they are curious, both are disappointed. It is through art, and through art only, that we can realize our perfection. I see when men love women. They give them but a little of their lives. But women, when they love, give everything. Whenever people agree with me, I always feel I must be wrong. It is only the modern that ever becomes old-fashioned. The man who can dominate a London dinner table can dominate the world. I am the only person in the world I should like to know thoroughly. The public is wonderfully tolerant. It forgives everything except genius. London is too full of fog and serious people. Whether the fogs produce the serious people, or whether the serious people produce the fogs, I don't know. It is better to have a permanent income than to be fascinating. The typewriting machine, when played with expression, is no more annoying than the piano when played by a sister or near relation. In judging of a beautiful statue, the aesthetic faculty is absolutely and completely gratified by the splendid curves of those marble lips that are dumb to our complaint, the noble modeling of those limbs that are powerless to help us. One can survive everything, nowadays, except death, and live down everything except a good reputation. A man can't be too careful in the choice of his enemies. An idea that is not dangerous is unworthy of being called an idea at all. The imagination imitates. It is the critical spirit that creates. Everything popular is wrong. Laughter is not at all a bad beginning for a friendship, and it is by far the best ending for one. There are only two kinds of people who are really fascinating: people who know absolutely everything, and people who know absolutely nothing. The advantage of the emotions is that they lead us astray. Democracy means simply the bludgeoning of the people by the people for the people. Those whom the gods love grows young. The critic has to educate the public, the artist has to educate the critic. She is a peacock in everything but beauty. A poet can survive everything but a misprint. There is nothing so difficult to marry as a large nose. A thing is not necessarily true because a man dies for it. Biography lends to death a new terror. Bad people are, from the point of view of art, fascinating studies. They represent color, variety, and strangeness. Good people exasperate one's reason, bad people stir one's imagination. Women are never disarmed by compliments. Men always are. That is the difference between the sexes. Why was I born with such contemporaries? In America, the president reigns for 4 years, and journalism governs forever and ever. Only the shallow knows themselves. Whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motives. No better way is there to learn to love nature than to understand art. It dignifies every flower of the field. And, the boy who sees the thing of beauty which a bird on the wing becomes when transferred to wood or canvas will probably not throw the customary stone. Beauty has as many meanings as man has moods. Beauty is the symbol of symbols. Beauty reveals everything because it expresses nothing. When it shows us itself, it shows us the whole fiery colored world. Deceiving others. That is what the world calls a romance. I can stand brute force, but brute reason is quite unbearable. There is something unfair about its use. It is hitting below the intellect. As long as a woman can look 10 years younger than her own daughter, she is perfectly satisfied. Death and vulgarity are the only two facts in the 19th century that one cannot explain away. I am not young enough to know everything. In England, an inventor is regarded almost as a crazy man, and in too many instances, invention ends in disappointment and poverty. In America, an inventor is honored, help is forthcoming, and the exercise of ingenuity, the application of science to the work of man, is there the shortest road to wealth. The well-bred contradict other people. The wise contradict themselves. It is always unreadable that occurs. Pessimist, one who, when he has the choice of two evils, chooses both. Those who find ugly meanings in beautiful things are corrupt without being charming. This is a fault. You will always be fond of me. I represent to you all the sins you have never had the courage to commit. There is no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written, or badly written. Ambition is the germ from which all growth of nobleness proceeds. There is always something infinitely mean about other people's tragedies. I suppose society is wonderfully delightful. To be in it is merely a bore. But to be out of it is simply a tragedy. No woman should ever be quite accurate about her age. It looks so calculating. There are many things that we would throw away if we were not afraid that others might pick them up. Most people die of a sort of creeping common sense, and discover when it is too late that the only things one never regrets are one's mistakes. If a work of art is rich and vital and complete, those who have artistic instincts will see its beauty, and those to whom ethics appeal more strongly than aesthetics will see its moral lesson. It will fill the cowardly with terror, and the unclean will see in it their own shame. Man is a rational animal who always loses his temper when he is called upon to act in accordance with the dictates of reason. There is nothing in the world like the devotion of a married woman. It is a thing no married man knows anything about. The basis of optimism is sheer terror. Fathers should be neither seen nor heard. That is the only proper basis for family life. Arguments are to be avoided, they are always vulgar and often convincing. There is only one class in the community that thinks more about money than the rich, and that is the poor. The poor can think of nothing else. The one charm about marriage is that it makes a life of deception absolutely necessary for both parties. If one cannot enjoy reading a book over and over again, there is no use in reading it at all. Yes, there is a terrible moral in Dorian Gray, a moral which the prurient will not be able to find in it, but it will be revealed to all whose minds are healthy. Is this an artistic error? I fear it is. It is the only error in the book. I sometimes think that God in creating man somewhat overestimated his ability. One's past is what one is. It is the only way by which people should be judged. There is always something ridiculous about the emotions of people whom one has ceased to love. No object is so beautiful that, under certain conditions, it will not look ugly. One should always play fairly when one has the winning cards. How marriage ruins a man. It is as demoralizing as cigarettes and far more expensive. Our ambition should be to rule ourselves, the true kingdom for each one of us, and true progress is to know more, and be more, and to do more. It is a very sad thing that nowadays there is so little useless information. I want my food dead. Not sick, not dying, dead. Anybody can be good in the country. There are no temptations there. It is the spectator, and not life, that art really mirrors. While we look to the dramatist to give romance to realism, we ask of the actor to give realism to romance. There is something terribly morbid in the modern sympathy with pain. One should sympathize with the color, the beauty, the joy of life. The less said about life's sores the better. The good ended happily, and the bad unhappily. That is what fiction means. The moment you think you understand a great work of art, it's dead for you. There should be a law that no ordinary newspaper should be allowed to write about art. The harm they do by their foolish and random writing it would be impossible to overestimate, not to the artist, but to the public, blinding them to all but harming the artist not at all. In married life 3 is the company and 2 none. If one plays good music, people don't listen, and if one plays bad music people don't talk. A work of art is the unique result of a unique temperament. If you pretend to be good, the world takes you very seriously. If you pretend to be bad, it doesn't. Such is the astounding stupidity of optimism. The mark of all good art is not that the thing done is done exactly or finally, for machinery may do as much, but that it is worked out with the head and the workman's heart. I think that God, in creating man, somewhat overestimated his ability. All art is quite useless. What we have to do, What at any rate it is our duty to do, is to revive the old art of lying. Mr. Henry James writes fiction as if it were a painful duty. Art never harms itself by keeping aloof from the social problems of the day, rather, by so doing, it more completely realizes for us that which we desire. Alas, I am dying beyond my means. In all matters of opinion, our adversaries are insane. Now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm. Arguments are extremely vulgar, for everyone in good society holds exactly the same opinion. I would have a workshop attached to every school, and 1 hour a day given up to the teaching of simple decorative arts. It would be a golden hour to the children. Art should never try to be popular. The public should try to make itself artistic. Writing bores me so. Romantic art deals with the exception and with the individual. Good people, belonging as they do to the normal, and so, commonplace type, are artistically uninteresting. It is only by not paying one's bills that one can hope to live in the memory of the commercial classes. I have a dining room done in different shades of white, with white cushions embroidered in yellow silk. The effect is absolutely delightful and the room beautiful. Charity creates a multitude of sins. Perhaps one of the most difficult things for us to do is to choose a notable and joyous dress for men. There would be more joy in life if we were to accustom ourselves to use all the beautiful colors we can in fashioning our own clothes. I have nothing to declare except my genius. I think it is perfectly natural for any artist to admire intensely and love a young man. It is an incident in the life of almost every artist. Literature must rest always on a principle, and temporal considerations are no principle at all. For, to the poet, all times and places are one, the stuff he deals with is eternal and eternally the same, no theme is inept, no past or present preferable. All bad poetry springs from genuine feeling. America had often been discovered before Columbus, but it had always been hushed up. Perhaps, after all, America never has been discovered. I myself would say that it had merely been detected. The technique is really personality. That is the reason why the artist cannot teach it, why the pupil cannot learn it, and why the aesthetic critic can understand it. The difference between literature and journalism is that journalism is unreadable and literature is not read. I have never given adoration to anybody except myself. A critic should be taught to criticize a work of art without making any reference to the personality of the author. Women love us for our defects. If we have enough of them, they will forgive us everything, even our gigantic intellects. In modern life, nothing produces such an effect as a good platitude. It makes the whole world kin. There is a luxury in self-reproach. When we blame ourselves, we feel no one else has a right to blame us. I like persons better than principles, and I like persons with no principles better than anything else in the world. The function of the artist is to invent, not to chronicle. Let us have no machine-made ornament at all, it is all bad and worthless and ugly. Romance should never begin with sentiment. It should begin with science and end with a settlement. The salesman knows nothing of what he is selling save that he is charging a great deal too much for it. Nothing, indeed, is more dangerous to the young artist than any conception of ideal beauty. He is constantly led by it either into weak prettiness or lifeless abstraction, whereas to touch the ideal at all, you must not strip it of vitality. In designing the scenery and costumes for any of Shakespeare's plays, the first thing the artist has to settle for is the best date for the drama. This should be determined by the general spirit of the play more than by any actual historical references which may occur in it. In its primary aspect, a painting has no more spiritual message than an exquisite fragment of Venetian glass. The channels by which all noble and imaginative work in painting should touch the soul are not those of the truths of lives. It is only an auctioneer who can equally and impartially admire all schools of art. There's nothing in the world like the devotion of a married woman. It's a thing no married man knows anything about. The spirit of an age may be best expressed in the abstract ideal arts, for the spirit itself is abstract and ideal. Art is individualism, and individualism is a disturbing and disintegrating force. The ladies' world should be made the recognized organ for the expression of women's opinions on all subjects of literature, art, and modern life, and yet it should be a magazine that men could read with pleasure. Do you really think it is the weakness that yields to temptation? I tell you that there are terrible temptations which it requires strength, and courage to yield to. The world has grown suspicious of anything that looks like a happily married life. There is no necessity to separate the monarch from the mob, or authority is equally bad. If there was less sympathy in the world, there would be less trouble in the world. When you reach the end of your rope, tie a knot in it and hang on. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Happiness lies in the joy of achievement and the thrill of creative effort. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. I ask you to judge me by the enemies I have made. We have always held to the hope, the belief, the conviction that there is a better life, a better world, beyond the horizon. I think we consider too much the good luck of the early bird and not enough the bad luck of the early worm. If civilization is to survive, we must cultivate the science of human relationships, the ability of all peoples, of all kinds, to live together, in the same world at peace. It is common sense to take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something. True individual freedom cannot exist without economic security and independence. People who are hungry and out of a job are the stuff of which dictatorships are made. confidence? Thrives on honesty, on honor, on the sacredness of obligations, on faithful protection and on unselfish performance. Without them it cannot live. Rules are not necessarily sacred, principles are. Human kindness has never weakened the stamina or softened the fiber of a free people. A nation does not have to be cruel to be tough. Take a method and try it. If it fails, admit it frankly, and try another. But by all means, try something. We are trying to construct a more inclusive society. We are going to make a country in which no one is left out. Nobody will ever deprive the American people of the right to vote except the American people themselves, and the only way they could do this is by not voting. The nation that destroys its soil destroys itself. Physical strength can never permanently withstand the impact of spiritual force. There is a mysterious cycle in human events. To some generations much is given. Of other generations much is expected. This generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny. If I went to work in a factory, the first thing I'd do is join a union. The only sure bulwark of continuing liberty is a government strong enough to protect the interests of the people, and a people strong enough and well enough informed to maintain its sovereign control over the government. The truth is found when men are free to pursue it. Yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. We will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God. It is the duty of the President to propose, and it is the privilege of the Congress to dispose. War is a contagion. But while they prate of economic laws, men and women are starving. We must lay hold of the fact that economic laws are not made by nature. They are made by human beings. Here is my principle: taxes shall be levied according to ability to pay. That is the only American principle. It is an unfortunate human failing that a full pocketbook often groans more loudly than an empty stomach. I am neither bitter nor cynical, but I do wish there was less immaturity in political thinking. It takes a long time to bring the past up to the present. In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way. There are many ways of going forward, but only one way of standing still. Democracy cannot succeed unless those who express their choice are prepared to choose wisely. The real safeguard of democracy, therefore, is education. The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have little. I'm not the smartest fellow in the world, but I can sure pick smart colleagues. Men are not prisoners of fate, but only prisoners of their own minds. Let us never forget that government is ourselves and not an alien power over us. The ultimate rulers of our democracy are not a president and senators and congressmen, and government officials, but the voters of this country. Competition has been shown to be useful up to a certain point and no further, but cooperation, which is the thing we must strive for today, begins where competition leaves off. To reach a port, we must sail, sail, not tie at anchor, sail, not drift. Be sincere, be brief, be seated. When you see a rattlesnake poised to strike, you do not wait until he has struck to crush him. A conservative is a man with two perfectly good legs who, however, has never learned how to walk forward. There are as many opinions as there are experts. Self-interest is the enemy of all true affection. A nation that destroys its soils destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people. I pledge you, I pledge myself, to a new deal for the American people. It isn't sufficient just to want, you've got to ask yourself what you are going to do to get the things you want. If you treat people right, they will treat you right. 90% of the time. There is nothing I love as much as a good fight. Remember, you are just an extra in everyone else's play. The virtues are lost in self-interest as rivers are lost in the sea. More than an end to war, we want an end to the beginning of all wars, yes, an end to this brutal, inhuman, and thoroughly impractical method of settling the differences between governments. It is fun to be in the same decade with you. Prosperous farmers mean more employment, more prosperity for the workers and the businessmen in every industrial area in the whole country. Art is not a treasure in the past or an importation from another land, but part of the present life of all living and creating peoples. In our personal ambitions we are individualists. But in our seeking for economic and political progress as a nation, we all go up or else all go down as one people. In our seeking for economic and political progress, we all go up, or else we all go down. One thing is sure. We have to do something. We have to do the best we know how at the moment. If it doesn't turn out right, we can modify it as we go along. Are you laboring under the impression that I read these memoranda of yours? I can't even lift them. The school is the last expenditure upon which America should be willing to economize. The point in history at which we stand is full of promise and danger. The world will either move forward toward unity and widely shared prosperity, or it will move apart. No group and no government can properly prescribe precisely what should constitute the body of knowledge with which true education is concerned. Don't forget what I discovered, that over 90% of all national deficits from 1921 to 1939 were caused by payments for past, present, and future wars. If we can boondoggle ourselves out of this depression, that word is going to be enshrined in the hearts of the American people for years to come. The United States Constitution has proved itself the most marvelously elastic compilation of rules of government ever written. A reactionary is a somnambulist walking backwards. Our national determination to keep free of foreign wars and foreign entanglements cannot prevent us from feeling deep concern when ideals and principles that we have cherished are challenged. We must lay hold of the fact that economic laws are not made by nature. They are made by human beings. Put 2 or 3 men in positions of conflicting authority. This will force them to work at loggerheads, allowing you to be the ultimate arbiter. We continue to recognize the greater ability of some to earn more than others. But we do assert that the ambition of the individual to obtain for him a proper security is an ambition to be preferred to the appetite for great wealth and great power. I believe that in every country the people themselves are more peaceably and liberally inclined than their governments. I do not look upon these United States as a finished product. We are still in the making. Whoever seeks to set one religion against another seeks to destroy all religion. This generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny. Not only our future economic soundness but the very soundness of our democratic institutions depends on the determination of our government to give employment to idle men. I am a Christian and a Democrat, that's all. Those newspapers of the nation which most loudly cried dictatorship against me would have been the first to justify the beginnings of dictatorship by somebody else. No government can help the destinies of people who insist in putting sectional and class consciousness ahead of general weal. The overwhelming majority of Americans are possessed of two great qualities: a sense of humor and a sense of proportion. Favor comes because for a brief moment in the great space of human change and progress, some general human purpose finds in him a satisfactory embodiment. Failure at some point in your life is inevitable, but giving up is unforgivable. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it. If I don't run for president, we'll all be okay. You never make fun of anybody with a club foot or a withered arm, but it's open season on anybody who stutters. If you need more than 10 rounds to hunt, and some argue they hunt with that many rounds, you shouldn't be hunting. If you can't get the deer in 3 shots, you shouldn't be hunting. You are an embarrassment. I used to stutter really badly. Everybody thinks it's funny. And it's not funny. It's not. Life is a matter of really tough choices. In Delaware, the largest growth in population is Indian Americans moving from India. You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking. The Chinese have figured out that they have a giant environmental problem. Folks in Beijing, some days, literally can't breathe. Over 1 million Chinese die prematurely every year because of air pollution. Given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. Never. Ordinary people like us, who do extraordinary things. No fundamental social change occurs merely because government acts. It's because civil society, the conscience of a country, begins to rise up and demand change. We didn't crumble after 9/11. We didn't falter after the Boston Marathon. But we're America. Americans will never, ever stand down. We endure. We overcome. We own the finish line. For too long in this society, we have celebrated unrestrained individualism over common community. I have a really close relationship with Mike Bloomberg. Let's just be smart this time. I'm looking for smart. America doesn't have health insurance. If you're in a confined aircraft, when one person sneezes, it goes all the way through the aircraft. Foreign policy is like human relations, only people know less about each other. My dad used to have an expression: it is the lucky person who gets up in the morning, puts both feet on the floor, knows what they are about to do, and thinks it still matters. Innovation can only occur where you can breathe free. America's commitment to collective defense under Article 5 of NATO is a sacred obligation in our view, a sacred obligation not just for now, but for all time. In the middle of a recession, where we're just climbing out of it, where the economy unemployment is still at 9.7%, the idea of raising taxes and reducing spending is a prescription for disaster. I'm not big on flak jackets and tie-dyed shirts. You know, that's not me. The greatest gift is the ability to forget the bad things and focus on the good. Corruption is a cancer that eats away at a citizen's faith in democracy, diminishes the instinct for innovation and creativity, already tight national budgets, crowding out important national investments. It wastes the talent of entire generations. It scares away investments and jobs. Folks, I can tell you I've known 8 presidents, 3 of them intimately. My father used to have an expression. He'd say, "Joey, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in your community. Fighting corruption is not just good governance. It's self-defense. It's patriotism. When my first semester grades came out, my mom and dad told me I wouldn't be playing football. Corruption is just another form of tyranny. In the good old days when I was a senator, I was my own man. My dad always said, "Champ, the measure of a man is not how often he is knocked down, but how quickly he gets up." I know I'm not supposed to like muscle cars, but I like muscle cars. Our future cannot depend on the government alone. The ultimate solutions lie in the attitudes and the actions of the American people. I love that Cadillac ATS. I was kind of secretly hoping one of my kids would go out and make $1 million. So, when they put me in a home, at least I'll have a window with a view. The White House isn't the place to learn how to deal with international crisis, the balance of power, war and peace, and the economic future of the next generation. You want to know whether we're better off? I've got a little bumper sticker for you. Osama bin Laden is dead and General Motors is alive. Osama bin Laden is dead and General Motors is alive. Osama bin Laden is dead and General Motors is alive. Every Republicans voted for it. Look at what they value and look at their budget, and what they're proposing. Romney wants to he said in the first 100 days he's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules, unchain Wall Street. They're gonna put you all back in chains. The effects of climate change are real and must be acted on. In my heart, I'm confident I could make a good president. I didn't play soccer, I played that other football in grade school through college. Let me tell you what I literally told every world leader I've met with, and I've met them all: it's never been a good bet to bet against America. We have the finest fighting force in the world. One of the things I've never been accused of is not caring about people. My recollection is, and I'd have to confirm this, but I don't recall paying any money to go to law school. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. I always wonder when it was that I was embraced. I can die a happy man never having been President of the United States of America. But it doesn't mean I won't run. You're looking at a middle-class guy. I am who I am. On the way back from Mumbai to go meet with President Xi in China, I stopped in Singapore to meet with a guy named Lee Kuan Yew, who most foreign policy experts around the world say is the wisest man in the Orient. We're going to be okay because of the American people. They have more grit, determination and courage than you can imagine. Global energy security is a vital part of America's national security. I have Parents magazine in my home. The Middle East is hopeful. There's hope there. Look, freedom is an overwhelming American notion. The idea that we want to see the world, the peoples of the world free, is something that all of us subscribe to. I guess every single word I've ever said is going to be dissected now. Here at home, when Americans were standing in long lines to give blood after the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, we squandered an obvious opportunity to make service a noble cause again, and rekindle an American spirit of community. For any young democracy, the most difficult but important step is burying the legacy of tyranny and establishing an economy and a government and institutions that abide by the rule of law. Every country faced challenges to the rule of law, including my own. When we wrote the Constitution, the intention was to give the Commander-in-Chief the authority how to use the forces when you authorize him to be able to use the forces. No one ever doubts that I mean what I say. The problem is I sometimes say all that I mean. The United States supports a strong, united Ukraine with productive and peaceful relationships with both the East and the West, with both Russia and Europe. I consider myself to be as informed on American foreign policy as anyone in America. I have never left another senator out to dry. Never. Putin sought to destabilize Ukraine's economy. The American people have not become heartless. Social security is not the hard one to solve. Medicare, that is the gorilla in the room, and you've got to put all of it on the table. We're close friends, the American people, the Israeli people, our governments. There's absolutely no daylight, none, between us and the Israelis on the question of Israel's security. Except for the title father, there is no title, including Vice President, that I am more proud to wear than that of United States Senator. I know what I believe, I know what I want to do, and I'm just comfortable saying it, and laying it out there. You are twice as likely to be struck by lightning as you are around to be affected by a terrorist event in the United States. The Qataris have cut off support for the most extreme elements of terrorist organizations. People should not be in a position where their children have access to weapons and ammunition. I exaggerate when I'm angry, but I've never gone around telling people things that aren't true about me. There's one advantage in having been around as long as I have. Everybody in the Senate knows me, and, I'm going to say something presumptuous, to repeat myself, I think most respect me. The Iraqis have become invested in their nationhood. Nowhere is it written that there must be conflict between the United States and China. I've been really, really fortunate. Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. She's a truly close personal friend. She is qualified to be President of the United States of America. She's easily qualified to be Vice President of the United States of America. Don't hold against me that I don't own a single stock or bond. Don't hold it, I have no savings accounts. There's only one person in this race who will be there, who's always been there for you, and that's Hillary Clinton's life story. Obama and Biden want to raise taxes by $1 trillion. Guess what? Yes, we do in one regard, we want to let that $1 trillion tax cut expire so the middle class doesn't have to bear the burden of all that money going to the super wealthy. That's not a tax raise. That's called fairness where I come from. There used to be an old bad joke. I hope it's not so much a good joke anymore. Everybody's from Scranton, no one's in Scranton. Your president, if you conclude my judgment is not the right judgment, I abide by that, but I want an opportunity to have an input. Al-Qaeda is almost all in Pakistan, and Pakistan has nuclear weapons. And yet for every dollar we're spending in Pakistan, we're spending $30 in Afghanistan. Does that make strategic sense? The American people are so much stronger, so much more resolved, than any enemy can fully understand. When the stock market crashed, Franklin Roosevelt got on the television, and didn't just talk about the princes of greed. He said, "Look, here's what happened. In my neighborhood, when you've got something to say to a guy, you look him in the eye and you say it to him. When you go to your local police officer, your police chief in the town you live in, big or small, he will tell you the vast majority of the weapons recovered at a crime scene are either stolen weapons, or they have been lost or stolen." People everywhere in the world are hungry for economic opportunity. And it's about a lot more than being able to make money. I support immediate financial assistance to the newly elected Palestinian president. Now, I don't know what those numbers will be, and I don't know how it's going to be framed. You know, my grandpop Finnegan used to have an expression. He used to say, "Joey, the guy in Oliphant's out of work, it's an economic slowdown. When your brother-in-law's out of work, it's a recession. When you're out of work, it's a depression." Look folks, we know who built this country and we know who is going to rebuild it. It's you. Instead of vilifying you, we should be thanking you. We owe you. During the 60s, I was, in fact, very concerned about the civil rights movement. In the 21st century, the countries that thrive will be the ones where citizens know their voices will be heard because the institutions are transparent. Most Americans think there's already universal background checks. They don't understand why there wouldn't be a background check to purchase a weapon. I believe the American people have a genuine and justifiable fear of government intrusion in what they instinctively know is going to be an ever more intrusive world. But I was amazed at how organized the Palestinian Election Authority was, how competent they were in setting up their polling places and the poll workers they had. Reality has a way of intruding. Reality eventually intrudes on everything. I don't say very much. I don't really think through. I know that sounds inconsistent with Joe Biden. We must rekindle the fire of idealism in our society. You should be attacking the carbon emissions, period, and whether it's cap and trade or carbon tax or whatever, that's the realm in which we should be playing. No nation should stoke instability in its neighbor's country. A gaffe in Washington is someone telling the truth, and telling the truth has never hurt me. Well, I thought the deal was, when you went to work for the government you weren't supposed to make money. I have an expression I use as I've gone around the world through my career: you never tell another man or woman what's in their interest. They know their interest better than you know their interest. Income inequity has to be addressed. In this world, emotion has become suspect. The accepted style is smooth, antiseptic and passionless. Now, people when I say that look at me and say, "What are you talking about, Joe? You're telling me we have to go spend money to keep from going bankrupt?" The answer is yes, that's what I'm telling you. It's presumptuous to say you know how somebody feels. Prime Minister Netanyahu has, as Minister Levy knows, has been my friend for over 30 years. We drive each other crazy. But he has truly been a personal friend for well over 30 years. He acknowledged this. It is no secret that I believe my son, Attorney General Beau Biden, would make a great United States Senator, just as I believe he has been a great Attorney General. But Beau has made it clear from the moment he entered public life, that any office he sought, he would earn on his own. You've got to reach a hand of friendship across the aisle and across philosophies in this country. A diplomatic solution that puts significant and verifiable constraints on Iran's nuclear program represents the best and most sustainable chance to ensure that America, Israel, the entire Middle East will never be menaced by a nuclear-armed Iran. As a matter of fact, I didn't make a political speech outside of my state for 20 years. No matter how you cut it, this real debate on personal accounts is about the legitimacy of Social Security. It's not about the solvency of Social Security. No one making less than $250,000 under Barack Obama's plan will see one single penny of their tax raised, whether it's their capital gains tax, their income tax, investment tax, any tax. I know why we're strong. I know why we have held together. I know why we are united. It's because there's always been a growing middle class. This is absolutely bizarre that we continue to subsidize highways beyond the gasoline tax, airlines, and we don't want to subsidize a national rail system that has environmental impact. I graduated from the University of Delaware with a double major in history and political science. You've all seen over the last 8 years what President Obama means to this country. He is the embodiment of honor, resolve, and character, one of the finest presidents we have ever had. There is no inherent power in the office of the vice presidency. Zero? None. It's all a reflection of your relationship with the president. I mean, Kennedy never let Johnson in the office. No nation should threaten its neighbors by massing troops along the border. There's no political point worth my son's life. Unions did in fact build the middle class. And here's what that did. That built the United States of America as we know it. I ran for the Senate 6 times. And one of the things I know about Senate races off years and on races, and on years, the same as governor's races, is it's all local. It all gets down to what the specific issues in that district or that state is. It is my view that we cannot conduct foreign policy at the extremes. Arafat's departure has created an awesome opportunity. This nuclear option is ultimately an example of the arrogance of power. You know we're going to control the insurance companies. Over the objections, where they sound like squealing pigs, over the objections of Romney and all his allies, we passed some of the toughest Wall Street regulations in history, turning Wall Street back into the allocator of capital it always has been and no longer a casino. And they want to repeal it. I was not an activist. Remember, no one decides who they're going to vote for based on the vice president. I mean that literally. Folks, you're the reason that the automobile industry is back. Whether it was the wage freezes, the plant closures, folks, you sacrificed to keep your companies open. Because of your productivity, the combined auto companies have committed to invest another $23 billion in expansion in America. Anyone who's traveled with me to Afghanistan knows why I love this book, War, by Sebastian Junger. The moral disapprobation of society has an impact on behavior in societies. I used to say to my late wife, I have great faith in the American people. Other than being crazy enough to press a button, there is nothing that Putin can do militarily to fundamentally alter American interests. We don't want two-tier people in America. Those who are legal but not citizens, and citizens. Quite frankly, Russian aggression in Ukraine and its illegal occupation of Crimea remind us that we still have a good deal more work to do to guarantee the strategic vision of a Europe whole, free and at peace. Romania can be a linchpin in delivering gas to its neighbors and even become an energy exporter for its neighbors across Central and Eastern Europe. We Americans think, in every country in transition, there's a Thomas Jefferson hiding behind some rock or a James Madison beyond one sand dune. The United States, to state the obvious, is greatly concerned by the startling number of unaccompanied minors, that, children and teenagers, who are making a very perilous journey through Central America to reach the United States. I've been waiting over 40 years to come to Cyprus, and it has not disappointed, the birthplace of Aphrodite, the crossroads of civilization, and, I might add, a genuine strategic partner to the United States of America. Putin sought to keep Ukraine weak through corruption. Most liberals think of civil liberties as their Achilles heel. It isn't. America's experience, like many others, teaches us that fostering entrepreneurship is not just about crafting the right economic policy or developing the best educated curricula. It's about creating an entire climate in which innovation and ideas flourish. Barack Obama is probably the most exciting candidate that either the Democratic or Republican Party has produced, at least since I've been around. He's fresh, he's new, he's insightful. You get a lawyer whether you're in a military tribunal or whether you're in a federal court. Number 1. The Attorney General decided that the court with the biggest, with the greatest venue, with the best jurisdiction was the New York court. That was the right decision to make. It's overwhelmingly in the self-interest of the United States of America to have a secure, democratic friend, a strategic partner like Israel. The devastating punch we took on September 11th still reverberates throughout American society. Just talk to me as a father, not what the Constitution says. What do you feel? The Recovery Act is working, but it's going to continue to work. It's not over. A lot's going to happen this summer. And even after the summer, there's more to come with the Act. There's a lot of revisionist history that goes on these days about Iraq. Well, I was 29 years old when I came to the United States Senate, and I have learned a lot. The American public's a lot more sophisticated than we all give them credit for. And on complicated issues, I'm going to give them straight answers. And if it takes more than 3 minutes, I'm going to do it. Presumptuous for me to say, but at least, at a minimum, I've been able to influence the direction of the Democratic Party on foreign policy. And I've been relatively, presumptuous to say, relatively successful legislatively in the Senate, being able to win a lot of Republican friends, and being able to cross the aisle. No one doubts that innocent men, women and children have been the victims of chemical weapons attacks in Syria. And there's no doubt who is responsible for this heinous use of chemical weapons in Syria, the Syrian regime. I've known and continue to know every one of these major world leaders by their first names, and I have access to them. The only thing I know is I ain't changing my brand. I know what I believe. I'm confident in what I know. And I'm gonna say it. And if folks like it, wonderful. If they don't like it, I understand. ISIS is not an existential threat to something happening to someone in the United States of America. It's a serious problem overseas, but it's confusing and frightening. 2 million felons have tried to buy a gun and, because of the background check, have been denied. I have no doubt that Russia will and should remain a major source of energy supplies for Europe and the world. Saudi Arabia has allowed training on its soil of American forces. Abe Foxman has been a friend and advisor of mine for a long time. In Romania, American forces have found a devoted NATO ally. El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras have all agreed to send additional consular officers from Guatemala, from Honduras, from El Salvador, send them to the US border so that we can more quickly and humanely identify unaccompanied children and process their individual removal. Before find out his quotes related to success in his life, we should know about short his biography as below. Philip Dennis Ivey Jr., born February 1, 1977, is an American professional poker player who has won 10 World Series of Poker bracelets, 1 World Poker Tour title, and appeared at 9 World Poker Tour final tables. Ivey is regarded by numerous poker observers and contemporaries as the best all-round player in the world. In 2017, he was elected to the Poker Hall of Fame. Ivey first began to develop his poker skills by playing against co-workers at a New Brunswick, New Jersey, telemarketing firm in the late 1990s. One of his nicknames, No Home Jerome, stems from the fake ID card he secured to play poker in Atlantic City, New Jersey, in his teenage years. He was given the nickname The Phenom. His other nickname is the Tiger Woods of poker. I'm always learning, always trying to improve my game. There's always something new to learn in poker, and that's what keeps it interesting. You have to be able to adapt to the changing dynamics of the game. What worked yesterday might not work today. You have to stay one step ahead. Poker is a game of skill, but luck is always a factor. The key is to make the most of the opportunities that come your way. It's important to have a clear mind when you're playing poker. Emotions can cloud your judgment, so it's crucial to stay focused and in control. Winning and losing are part of the game. It's how you handle both that defines you as a player and as a person. In poker, you have to be able to make tough decisions and trust your instincts. Sometimes you have to go against the odds and take a calculated risk. Patience is one of the most important virtues in poker. You have to be able to wait for the right moment and not let impatience dictate your decisions. Poker is not just about the cards you hold, it's about how you play them. Your strategy and ability to read your opponents are what really matter. I'd work on my game online and at casinos, build my bankroll, find good games, and try to put myself in a position to keep winning and earn a steady income. You get your chips your way, I'll get my chips mine. The biggest thing when you're playing live is that you're sitting across from the player and can get a detailed impression of how they're acting, and whether they're expressing strength or weakness. Online, it's much more about betting patterns and you're using a much narrower range of cues to what they're holding and thinking. The best players are always looking for ways to improve. They never stop learning and evolving their game. In poker, you have to be able to adapt to different playing styles and adjust your strategy accordingly. Flexibility is key. You've got to take some chances and know when you're beat and know how to get certain advantages. I wouldn't count it out, but right now I feel like my career is still just starting. The best years are yet to come. A lot of people these days are too ambitious, their sights are set too high at the start and they end up diving in too deep, quitting their day job too soon. They move to Vegas or wherever, make an all-or-nothing commitment before they're ready, and burn out. I like it when I lose so much money I can barely breathe. That's the feeling I go for. I'm addicted to that feeling. Top 25 most famous quotes of David Packard on success, inspiration, business and life. The best. Take risks. Ask big questions. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. If you don't make mistakes, you're not reaching far enough. Why are we here? I think many people assume, wrongly, that a company exists solely to make money. Money is an important part of a company's existence, if the company is any good. But a result is not a cause. We have to go deeper and find the real reason for our being. The best possible way to prepare for tomorrow is to concentrate with all your intelligence, all your enthusiasm, on doing today's work superbly today. Innovation is everything. When you're on the forefront, you can see what the next innovation needs to be. Set out to build a company and make a contribution, not an empire and a fortune. The best possible company management is one that combines a sense of corporate greatness and destiny, with empathy for, and fidelity to, the average employee. An organization, no matter how well designed, is only as good as the people who live and work in it. The greatest success goes to the person who is not afraid to fail in front of even the largest audience. The betterment of society is not a job to be left to a few. It's a responsibility to be shared by all. You cannot manage men into battle. You manage things, you lead people. The biggest competitive advantage is to do the right thing at the worst time. Investing in new product development and expanding the product catalog are the most difficult things to do in hard times, and also among the most important. A company has a greater responsibility than making money for its stockholders. We have a responsibility to our employees to recognize their dignity as human beings. The best business decisions are the most humane decisions. And, all other talents being even, the greatest managers are also the most human managers. Bill Hewlett and I were brought up in the Depression. We weren't interested in the idea of making any money. Our idea was if you couldn't find a job, you'd make one for yourself. Marketing is too important to be left to the marketing department. Corporate reorganizations should be made for cultural reasons more than financial ones. More companies die from indigestion than starvation. Profit is not the proper end and aim of management, it is what makes all of the proper ends and aims possible. A frustrated employee is a greater threat than a merely unhappy one. The biggest mistake managers make is to think that they can control the people they work with. The greatest asset of a company is its people. A company that focuses solely on profits ultimately betrays both itself and society. To remain static is to lose ground. The job of a manager is to support his or her staff, not vice versa, and that begins by being among them. I sincerely believe that there is nothing truly great in any man or woman except their character, their willingness to move beyond the realm of self and into a greater realm of selflessness. Giving back is the ultimate talent in life. That is the greatest trophy on my mantle. The only way I'd worry about the weather is if it snows on our side of the field and not theirs. There's only one wizard in baseball, and that's Ozzie Smith. I may not drive in 100 runs a year, but I can prevent 100 runs from scoring against us. I don't know how many more games I can win with my defense, but I'm sure I'll win a few with my bat. Play hard, practice hard, and above all, play the game to have fun. I'm just thankful that I got the opportunity to play the game that I love for so many years. I'm proud of the way I played the game. I wasn't the best, but I always gave it my best. I'm not afraid to make a fool of myself in front of people. That's how you get good. I didn't want to be the best player in baseball, I wanted to be the best player I could be. I loved to compete. I just loved to be out there. I never had a day where I didn't look forward to coming to the ballpark. I think umpires have too much power, without any system of checks and balances, and the more money a player makes, the more the umpire tries to show off that power to him. Unfortunately, since I signed my contract, my strike zone has suddenly become a lot larger. The fans have been great to me everywhere I go, and I try to give back as much as I can. I always had fun playing the game, and that's the way I want to be remembered. No one paid attention to my offense. So having 2,000 hits is one of the things that is an accomplishment. My short game's not that good. It just becomes a matter of getting that weight moving. I always believed that if you work hard enough, you can make anything happen. When I'm in my groove, there is no thinking. Everything just happens. You win a few, you lose a few. Some get rained out. But you got to dress for all of them. You can't be satisfied with just getting there. You have to continue to get better. We hope there is a sense of purpose in everything. We saw very little of the real Jack Buck behind the microphone. He would touch people in ways that we will never know. Jack was much more than just an announcer. I don't think anybody ever really just retires where they don't do anything. I don't know how many people have ever seen the National Guard break in somewhere, but they mean business. Learn to limit yourself, to content yourself with some definite thing, and some definite work, dare to be what you are, and learn to resign with a good grace all that you are not. Life is short, and we have never too much time for gladdening the hearts of those who are traveling the dark journey with us. Oh, be swift to love, make haste to be kind. To be what we are, and to become what we are capable of becoming, is the only end in life. It is not what he has, nor even what he does, which directly expresses the worth of a man, but what he is. There is no respect for others without humility in one's self. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. Gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. Thankfulness may consist merely of words. Gratitude is shown in acts. The man who insists upon seeing with perfect clearness before he decides, never decides. The future enters into us, in order to transform itself in us, long before it happens. The man who has no inner life is the slave of his surroundings. Pay bad people with your goodness, fight their hatred with your kindness. Even if you do not achieve a victory over other people, you will conquer yourself. He who is silent is forgotten, he who does not advance falls back, he who stops is overwhelmed, outdistanced, crushed, he who ceases to grow becomes smaller, he who leaves off, gives up, the condition of standing still is the beginning of the end. You desire to know the art of living, my friend. It is contained in one phrase, make use of suffering. Order means light and peace, inward liberty and free command over one's self. Order is power. Work while you have the light. You are responsible for the talent that has been entrusted to you. Without passion, man is a mere latent force and possibility, like the flint which awaits the shock of the iron before it can give forth its spark. For purposes of action, nothing is more useful than narrowness of thought combined with energy of will. What we do not understand we have no right to judge. In health there is freedom. Health is the first of all liberties. The great artist and thinker are the simplifiers. The growth and development of the soul is more important than power and glory. Let us be true, this is the highest maxim of art and of life, the secret of eloquence and of virtue, and of all moral authority. Every life has its years in which one progresses as on a tedious and dusty street of poplars, without caring to look either behind or forward. Conquering any difficulty always gives one a secret joy, for it means pushing back a boundary line and adding to one's liberty. To live we must conquer incessantly, we must have the courage to be happy. Great men are the real men, in them nature has succeeded. I'm not interested in age. People who tell me their age are silly. You're as old as you feel. The test of every religious, political, or educational system, is the man that it forms. The best path through life is the highway. Accept life, and you must accept regret. Self-interest is but the survival of the animal in us. Humanity only begins for man with self-surrender. Women wish to be loved without a why or a wherefore, not because they are pretty, or good, or well-bred, or graceful, or intelligent, but because they are themselves. True love is that which ennobles the personality, fortifies the heart, and sanctifies the existence. We are all fools in love. Woman is the salvation or the destruction of the family. She carries its destiny in the folds of her mantle. To marry unequally is to suffer equally. Destiny has two ways of crushing us, by refusing our wishes and by fulfilling them. To know how to suggest is the art of teaching. To do easily what is difficult for others is the mark of talent. To do what is impossible for talent is the mark of genius. Man becomes man only by his intelligence, but he is man only by his heart. Blessed be childhood, which brings down something of heaven into the midst of our rough earthliness. Cleverness is serviceable for everything, sufficient for nothing. We are never more discontented with others than when we are discontented with ourselves. Sacrifice, which is the passion of great souls, has never been the law of societies. Truth is not only violated by falsehood, it may be equally outraged by silence. Pure truth cannot be assimilated by the crowd, it must be communicated by contagion. An error is the more dangerous in proportion to the degree of truth which it contains. Leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help or concluded you do not care. Either case is a failure of leadership. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception, it is a prevailing attitude. Success is the result of perfection, hard work, learning from failure, loyalty, and persistence. Don't let your ego get too close to your position, so that if your position gets shot down, your ego doesn't go with it. Bad news isn't wine. It doesn't improve with age. It isn't as bad as you think. It will look better in the morning. The healthiest competition occurs when average people win by putting above average effort. Avoid having your ego so close to your position that when your position falls, your ego goes with it. I think whether you're having setbacks or not, the role of a leader is to always display a winning attitude. The commander in the field is always right and the rear echelon is wrong, unless proved otherwise. Never let your ego get so close to your position that when your position goes, your ego goes with it. A dream doesn't become reality through magic, it takes sweat, determination and hard work. Children need to get a high-quality education, avoid violence and the criminal justice system, and gain jobs. But they deserve more? We want them to learn not only reading and math but fairness, caring, self-respect, family commitment, and civic duty. 90% of my time is spent on 10% of the world. If a leader doesn't convey passion and intensity, then there will be no passion and intensity within the organization and they'll start to fall down and get depressed. You don't know what you can get away with until you try. Organization charts and fancy titles count for next to nothing. Drones are just another weapon, and they turn out to be a very effective weapon that puts no American troops at risk, and I don't see why we shouldn't use them against identified enemy targets. There's not going to be a World War III, because there is no one to have World War III with. You need to understand, if you take out a government, take out a regime, guess who becomes the government and regime is responsible for the country? You are. So, if you break it, you own it. Trump is a national disgrace and an international pariah. Some of the generals are saying, we are making progress. We are clearing an area. But you really don't defeat the Taliban by clearing an area. They move. Economy's got to get moving, we've got to get the unemployment rate down. That may be the defining issue of the campaign. Our diplomacy and development budget are not just about reducing spending and finding efficiencies. We need a frank conversation about what we stand for as that shining city on a hill. And that conversation begins by acknowledging that we can't do it on the cheap. In the last several years, I have been troubled by the right shift of the Republican Party too far to the right. You should see what our founding fathers used to say to each other and in the early part of our nation. But what they were able to do, especially in Philadelphia in 1787, for months, they argued about what a House should be, what a Senate should be, the power of the President, the Congress, the Supreme Court. And they had to deal with slavery. I think the Iranians are clearly determined to have a nuclear program. And we have to assume that with a nuclear program they have the capability and the will to create a nuclear weapon. We need to understand that we as citizens and as a government in any community throughout this country have no more important obligation than to educate those who are going to replace us. There are no secrets to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. Perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. Great leaders are almost always great simplifiers, who can cut through argument, debate and doubt, to offer a solution everybody can understand. Surround yourself with people who take their work seriously, but not themselves, those who work hard and play hard. Get mad, then get over it. Diplomacy is listening to what the other guy needs. Preserving your own position, but listening to the other guy. You have to develop relationships with other people so when the tough times come, you can work together. Don't bother people for help without first trying to solve the problem yourself. No battle plan survives contact with the enemy. Giving back involves a certain amount of giving up. Fit no stereotypes. Don't chase the latest management fads. The situation dictates which approach best accomplishes the team's mission. Never neglect details. When everyone's mind is dulled or distracted, the leader must be doubly vigilant. My own experience is using the tools that are out there. Use the digital world, but never lose sight of the need to reach out and talk to other people who don't share your view. Listen to them and see if you can find a way to compromise. Don't be afraid to challenge the pros, even in their own backyard. Experts often possess more data than judgment. Indeed, we're strongest when the face of America isn't only a soldier carrying a gun but also a diplomat negotiating peace, a Peace Corps volunteer bringing clean water to a village, or a relief worker stepping off a cargo plane as floodwaters rise. War should be the politics of last resort. And when we go to war, we should have a purpose that our people understand and support. The chief condition on which life, health and vigor depend on, is action. It is by action that an organism develops its faculties, increases its energy, and attains the fulfillment of its destiny. I try to be the same person I was yesterday. The only bipartisanship you ever see is when they finally sign a bill and everybody says, "Gee, isn't that wonderful?" Today I can declare my hope, and declare it from the bottom of my heart, that we will eventually see the time when that number of nuclear weapons is down to zero and the world is a much better place. Standing in support of children is something we should all be able to get behind, regardless of party affiliation. When you decide to get involved in a military operation in a place like Syria, you've got to be prepared, as we learned from Iraq and Afghanistan, to become the government, and I'm not sure any country, either the United States or I don't hear of anyone else, who's willing to take on that responsibility. In other words, don't expect to always be great. Disappointments, failures and setbacks are a normal part of the life cycle of a unit or a company, and what the leader has to do is constantly be up and say, "We have a problem, let's go and get it." I don't want to spend the rest of my life giving speeches. I respect the fact that many denominations have different points of view with respect to gay marriage, and they can hold that in the sanctity in the place of their religion and not bless them or solemnize them. So, like any football or basketball coach, you always believe you're going to win. I consider myself a moderate Republican. I have very moderate social views, and I'm pretty strong on defense matters. Have fun in your command. Don't always run at a breakneck pace. Take leave when you've earned it. Spend time with your families. I don't know that there is much the United States can do except work with the international community. Yup, the whole birther movement was racist. The army will take its lessons learned. They're excellent at looking into themselves and reflecting on what did we do right, what did we do wrong. The country would be a lot better off if we stopped having comment sections. And if we got rid of Twitter. People have asked me, what would you have done if you hadn't gone into the army? I'd say I'd probably be a bus driver. I don't know. We have practiced diplomacy since the very beginning of the nation. Sometimes it has not worked, and we've had to go to war. I always believe you should try to find peace and reconciliation before conflict. That has been the approach I've taken. But just as they did in Philadelphia when they were writing the Constitution, sooner or later, you've got to compromise. You've got to start making the compromises that arrive at a consensus and move the country forward. The idea that putting Americans first requires a withdrawal from the world is simply wrong-headed, because a retreat would achieve exactly the opposite for our citizens. Trump just looks stupid trying to appeal to blacks and Latinos. I always like to take my time and examine the two candidates, see not only the two candidates but the policies they will bring in, the people they will bring in, who they might appoint to the Supreme Court, and look at the whole range of issues before making a decision. What we have to find is the right level of regulation of our financial system so that it has the incentive to invest in things, but at the same time, it is sufficiently regulated so it can't get in the kind of trouble that we have seen in the past and we have seen recently. Many interviewers, when they come to talk to me, think they're being progressive by not mentioning in their stories any longer that I'm black. I tell them, don't stop now. If I shot somebody, you'd mention it. As I have done in every election since I started voting so many years ago, I always like to take my time and examine the two candidates, see not only the two candidates but the policies they will bring in, the people they will bring in, who they might appoint to the Supreme Court, and look at the whole range of issues before making a decision. Is there something wrong with being a Muslim in this country? The answer's no. That's not America. Is there something wrong with some 7-year-old Muslim American kid believing that he or she could be president? We all hoped in 2001 that we could put in place an Afghan government under President Karzai that would be able to control the country, make sure Al-Qaeda didn't come back, and make sure the Taliban wasn't resurging. It didn't work out. You have to make sure you know why you are going to war and then use decisive force to end it as soon as possible. It's a disgrace that we have millions of people who are uninsured. The purposes of the United States should not be doubted. The Security Council resolutions will be enforced, the just demands of peace and security will be met, or action will be unavoidable. And a regime that has lost its legitimacy will also lose its power. It's nice to say let's be bipartisan. But we're a partisan nation. We were raised as a partisan nation. Politics is not beaning bags. It's serious, tough stuff. You can't just have slogans, you can't just have catchy phrases. You have to have an agenda. And I think what the Republican Party has to do, if it's going to incorporate the Tea Party efforts in it, is to come up with an agenda that the American people can see, touch, and actually believe in, and something they believe in. In terms of the legal matter of creating a contract between two people that's called marriage, and allowing them to live together with the protection of law, it seems to me is the way we should be moving in this country. Look at the world. There is no pure competitor to the United States of America. Throughout my career, I learned plenty about war on the battlefield, but I learned even more about the importance of finding peace. And that is what the State Department and USAID do, prevent the wars that we can avoid so that we fight only the ones we must. What you're seeing with Occupy Wall Street and the others are people who are unhappy and they're directing their unhappiness now toward Wall Street, and toward those they think are doing too well in our society. Wouldn't it be great if we could look forward to a whole world in which no child will be left behind? You're not just voting for an individual, in my judgment, you're voting for an agenda. You're voting for a platform. You're voting for a political philosophy. It isn't enough just to scream at the Occupy Wall Street demonstrations. We need our political system to start reflect this anger back into, how do we fix it? How do we get the economy going again? Russia isn't going to start a war. They can't afford it. I think Mr. Putin can be dealt with if we stop screaming at him. You can work with the guy. You just have to know who he is. Engineering didn't take to me. And what saved me and kept me in college was I ran into ROTC cadets who were in a fraternity called the Pershing Rifles. And I found my place. I found discipline. I found structure. I found people that were like me and I liked. Trump has no sense of shame. I don't think we handled the aftermath of the fall of Baghdad as well as we might have. But that's now history. It was the Congress that imposed don't ask, don't tell. It was certainly my position, my recommendation to get us out of an even worse outcome that could have occurred. Too often we ask our schools to be truant officers, our teachers to be truant officers, because we're giving them children who have, they're not ready to learn. And if they're not ready to learn by the 3rd grade, they know they're behind. I was born in Harlem, raised in the South Bronx, went to public school, got out of public college, went into the army, and then I just stuck with it. President Assad, I worked with. I know him reasonably well, met with him a few times, and he's a liar. The United States is not stingy. We are the greatest contributor to international relief efforts in the world. We got rid of a terrible dictator. We gave the Iraqi people an opportunity for a new life under a representative form of government. There are lots of countries that are having these kinds of internal civil wars in other parts of the world, and nobody is talking about intervening. Foe means enemy. Now, will we have differences of opinion with the Russians? Yes. Will they get mad at us from time to time, and we get mad at them? That's part of the normal diplomatic relations. It's not just a matter of whether you support Obama or Romney. It's who they have coming with them. I always keep my powder dry, as they say in the military. When Jerry Springer thinks you've gone too far, my friends, you have gone too far. High-quality early childhood programs and health coverage have expanded, and the number of mentoring relationships for at-risk youth has risen dramatically. That progress is encouraging, but it's not evenly distributed. In 2008, I spoke out against calling the president a Muslim as if that was a curse. And then in 2012, once again, I was very disturbed about some of the intolerance I was seeing in the party, so I made a statement saying there's a level of intolerance in some parts of the Republican Party. And there was, and I think there still is. There is no hunting like the hunting of man, and those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it, never care for anything else thereafter. Courage is grace under pressure. There is nothing to writing. All you do is sit down at a typewriter and bleed. The world breaks everyone, and afterward, some are strong at the broken places. There is nothing noble in being superior to your fellow men. True nobility lies in being superior to your former self. When you go to war as a boy, you have a great illusion of immortality. Other people get killed, not you. Then, when you are badly wounded the first time, you lose that illusion, and you know it can happen to you. Never think that war, no matter how necessary, nor how justified, is not a crime. Every man's life ends the same way. It is only the details of how he lived and how he died that distinguish one man from another. I like to listen. I have learned a great deal from listening carefully. Most people never listen. There is no friend as loyal as a book. Never mistake motion for action. You're beautiful, like a mayfly. We are all apprentices in a craft where no one ever becomes a master. When people talk, listen completely. Most people never listen. I learned never to empty the well of my writing, but always to stop, when there was still something there in the deep part of the well, and let it refill at night from the springs that fed it. For a long time now, I have tried simply to write the best I can. Sometimes I have good luck and write better than I can. Once we have a war, there is only one thing to do. It must be won. For defeat brings worse things than any that can ever happen in war. If you are lucky enough to have lived in Paris as a young man, then wherever you go for the rest of your life it stays with you, for Paris is a movable feast. I know now that there is no one thing that is true, it is all true. If you have a success, you have it for the wrong reasons. If you become popular, it is always because of the worst aspects of your work. As you get older, it is harder to have heroes, but it is sort of necessary. If a writer knows enough about what he is writing about, he may omit things that he knows. The dignity of movement of an iceberg is due to only 1/9 of it being above water. Prose is architecture, not interior decoration, and the Baroque is over. It's none of their business that you have to learn how to write. Let them think you were born that way. You can wipe out your opponents. But if you do it unjustly, you become eligible for being wiped out yourself. Cowardice is almost always simply a lack of ability to suspend functioning of the imagination. Writing and travel broaden your ass if not your mind, and I like to write standing up. A writer of fiction is really a congenital liar who invents from his own knowledge or that of other men. My aim is to put down on paper what I see and what I feel in the best and simplest way. All good books have one thing in common: they are truer than if they had really happened. I always rewrite each day up to the point where I stopped. When it is all finished, naturally you go over it. You get another chance to correct and rewrite when someone else types it, and you see it clean in type. The last chance is in the proofs. You're grateful for these different chances. Once writing has become your major vice and greatest pleasure, only death can stop it. From things that have happened and from things as they exist and from all things that you know and all those you cannot know, you make something through your invention that is not a representation but a whole new thing, truer than anything true and alive, and you make it alive, and if you make it well enough, you give it immortality. But man is not made for defeat. A man can be destroyed but not defeated. The first panacea for a mismanaged nation is inflation of the currency, the second is war. Both bring a temporary prosperity, both bring a permanent ruin. But both are the refuge of political and economic opportunists. Always do sober what you said you'd do drunk. That will teach you to keep your mouth shut. There is no lonelier man in death, except the suicide, than that man who has lived many years with a good wife and then outlived her. If two people love each other, there can be no happy end to it. An intelligent man is sometimes forced to be drunk to spend time with his fools. The best way to find out if you can trust somebody is to trust them. I love sleep. My life has the tendency to fall apart when I'm awake, you know. Never go on trips with anyone you do not love. In modern war, you will die like a dog for no good reason. Happiness in intelligent people is the rarest thing I know. The world is a fine place and worth the fighting for, and I hate very much to leave it. The only thing that could spoil a day was people. People were always the limiters of happiness, except for the very few that were as good as spring itself. All things truly wicked start from innocence. The shortest answer is doing the thing. Hesitation increases in relation to risk in equal proportion to age. Time is the least thing we have of. Fear of death increases in exact proportion to increase in wealth. What is moral is what you feel good after, and what is immoral is what you feel bad after. They wrote in the old days that it is sweet and fitting to die for one's country. But in modern war, there is nothing sweet nor fitting in your dying. You will die like a dog for no good reason. There is no rule on how to write. Sometimes it comes easily and perfectly, sometimes it's like drilling rock and then blasting it out with charges. Madam, all stories, if continued far enough, end in death, and he is no true storyteller who would keep that from you. I wake up in the morning and my mind starts making sentences, and I have to get rid of them fast, talk them or write them down. About morals, I know only that what is moral is what you feel good after and what is immoral is what you feel bad after. To be a successful father, there's one absolute rule: when you have a kid, don't look at it for the first 2 years. I love to go to the zoo, but not on Sunday. I don't like to see the people making fun of the animals, when it should be the other way around. I rewrote the ending to Farewell to Arms, the last page of it, 39 times before I was satisfied. All modern American literature comes from one book by Mark Twain called Huckleberry Finn. Why should anybody be interested in some old man who was a failure? There's no one thing that is true. I know war as few other men now living know it, and nothing to me is more revolting. I have long advocated its complete abolition, as its very destructiveness on both friend and foe has rendered it useless as a method of settling international disputes. You see, I am trying in all my stories to get the feeling of the actual life across, not to just depict life, or criticize it, but to actually make it alive. So that when you have read something by me, you actually experience the thing. You can't do this without putting in the bad and the ugly as well as what is beautiful. I've tried to reduce profanity, but I reduced so much profanity when writing the book that I'm afraid not much could come out. Perhaps we will have to consider it simply as a profane book and hope that the next book will be less profane or perhaps more sacred. When you have shot one bird flying, you have shot all birds flying. They are all different and they fly in different ways, but the sensation is the same and the last one is as good as the first. When writing a novel, a writer should create living people, people not characters. A character is a caricature. When I have an idea, I turn down the flame, as if it were a little alcohol stove, as low as it will go. Then it explodes, and that is my idea. Pound's crazy. All poets are. They have to be. You don't put a poet like Pound in the loony bin. After you finish a book, you know, you're dead. But no one knows you're dead. All they see is the irresponsibility that comes in after the terrible responsibility of writing. You can write any time people will leave you alone and not interrupt you. Or, rather, you can if you will be ruthless enough about it. But the best writing is certainly when you are in love. His talent was as natural as the pattern that was made by the dust on a butterfly's wings. At one time he understood it no more than the butterfly did, and he did not know when it was brushed or marred. Wars are caused by undefended wealth. Once writing has become your major vice and greatest pleasure, only death can stop it. For Whom the Bell Tolls was a problem which I carried on each day. I knew what was going to happen in principle. But I invented what happened each day I wrote. A man's got to take a lot of punishment to write a really funny book. I don't like to write like God. It is only because you never do it, though, that the critics think you can't do it. I know only that what is moral is what you feel good after, and what is immoral is what you feel bad after. On the Star, you were forced to learn to write a simple declarative sentence. This is useful to anyone. Newspaper work will not harm a young writer and could help him if he gets out of it in time. From things that have happened, and from things as they exist, and from all things that you know and all those you cannot know, you make something through your invention that is not a representation but a whole new thing, truer than anything true and alive, and you make it alive, and if you make it well enough, you give it immortality. For a war to be just, three conditions are necessary: public authority, just cause, right motive. That is what we are supposed to do when we are at our best, make it all up, but make it up so truly that later it will happen that way. Decadence is a difficult word to use, since it has become little more than a term of abuse applied by critics to anything they do not yet understand or which seems to differ from their moral concepts. Certainly, it is valuable to a trained writer to crash in an aircraft which burns. He learns several important things very quickly. Whether they will be of use to him is conditioned by survival. Survival, with honor, that outmoded and all-important word, is as difficult as ever and as all-important to a writer. There are events which are so great that if a writer has participated in them, his obligation is to write truly rather than assume the presumption of altering them with invention. No weapon has ever settled a moral problem. It can impose a solution, but it cannot guarantee it to be a just one. The good parts of a book may be only something a writer is lucky enough to overhear, or it may be the wreck of his whole damn life, and one is as good as the other. I never had to choose a subject, my subject rather chose me. Things may not be immediately discernible in what a man writes, and in this sometimes he is fortunate, but eventually they are quite clear, and by these and the degree of alchemy that he possesses, he will endure or be forgotten. Somebody just back of you while you are fishing is as bad as someone looking over your shoulder while you write a letter to your girl. Personal columnists are jackals, and no jackal has been known to live on grass once he had learned about meat, no matter who killed the meat for him. Ezra was right half the time, and when he was wrong, he was so wrong you were never in any. It always seems impossible until it's done. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. There is no passion to be found playing small, in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. Where globalization means, as it so often does, that the rich and powerful now have new means to further enrich and empower themselves at the cost of the poorer and weaker, we have a responsibility to protest in the name of universal freedom. A good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination. As long as poverty, injustice and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. Our human compassion binds us the one to the other, not in pity or patronizingly, but as human beings who have learned how to turn our common suffering into hope for the future. Forget the past. Courageous people do not fear forgiving, for the sake of peace. Let there be work, bread, water and salt for all. There is no easy walk to freedom anywhere, and many of us will have to pass through the valley of the shadow of death again and again before we reach the mountaintop of our desires. If there is a country that has committed unspeakable atrocities in the world, it is the United States of America. In my country we go to prison first and then become president. When the water starts boiling, it is foolish to turn off the heat. If there are dreams about a beautiful South Africa, there are also roads that lead to their goal. Two of these roads could be named goodness and forgiveness. I dream of the realization of the unity of Africa, whereby its leaders combine in their efforts to solve the problems of this continent. I dream of our vast deserts, of our forests, of all our great wildernesses. I detest racialism, because I regard it as a barbaric thing, whether it comes from a black man or a white man. Any man or institution that tries to rob me of my dignity will lose. Only free men can negotiate. A prisoner cannot enter into contracts. Intervention only works when the people concerned seem to be keen for peace. Even if you have a terminal disease, you don't have to sit down and mope. Enjoy life and challenge the illness that you have. Let freedom reign. The sun never set on so glorious a human achievement. I was called a terrorist yesterday, but when I came out of jail, many people embraced me, including my enemies, and that is what I normally tell other people who say those who are struggling for liberation in their country are terrorists. I was not a messiah, but an ordinary man who had become a leader because of extraordinary circumstances. No country can really develop unless its citizens are educated. There are so many men and women who hold no distinctive positions but whose contribution towards the development of society has been enormous. In countries where innocent people are dying, the leaders are following their blood rather than their brains. Let us give publicity to HIV/AIDS and not hide it, because the only way to make it appear like a normal illness like TB, like cancer, is always to come out and say somebody has died because of HIV/AIDS, and people will stop regarding it as something extraordinary. Let each know that for each the body, the mind and the soul have been freed to fulfill themselves. Non-violence is a good policy when the conditions permit. After one has been in prison, it is the small things that one appreciates, being able to take a walk whenever one wants, going into a shop and buying a newspaper, speaking or choosing to remain silent. The simple act of being able to control one's person. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. It is better to lead from behind and to put others in front, especially when you celebrate victory when nice things occur. You take the front line when there is danger. Then people will appreciate your leadership. Never, never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Money won't create success, the freedom to make it will. To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. If you want to make peace with your enemy, you have to work with your enemy. Then he becomes your partner. I dream of an Africa which is in peace with itself. There is no such thing as part freedom. A good leader can engage in a debate frankly and thoroughly, knowing that at the end he and the other side must be closer, and thus emerge stronger. You don't have that idea when you are arrogant, superficial, and uninformed. It is wise to persuade people to do things and make them think it was their own idea. We pledge ourselves to liberate all our people from the continuing bondage of poverty, deprivation, suffering, gender and other discrimination. Does anybody really think that they didn't get what they had because they didn't have the talent or the strength or the endurance or the commitment? I stand here before you not as a prophet, but as a humble servant of you, the people. There is nothing like returning to a place that remains unchanged to find the ways in which you yourself have altered. By ancestry, I was born to rule. There is nothing I fear more than waking up without a program that will help me bring a little happiness to those with no resources, those who are poor, illiterate, and ridden with terminal disease. People respond in accordance to how you relate to them. If you approach them on the basis of violence, that's how they'll react. But if you say, we want peace, we want stability, we can then do a lot of things that will contribute towards the progress of our society. Running taught me valuable lessons. In cross-country competition, training counted more than intrinsic ability, and I could compensate for a lack of natural aptitude with diligence and discipline. I applied this in everything I did. On the first day of school, my teacher, Ms. Mningain, gave each of us an English name and said that from thenceforth that was the name we would answer to in school. This was the custom among Africans in those days and was undoubtedly due to the British bias of our education. There are many people who feel that it is useless and futile to continue talking about peace and non-violence against a government, whose only reply is savage attacks on an unarmed and defenseless people. There are times when a leader must move out ahead of the flock, go off in a new direction, confident that he is leading his people the right way. Without education, your children can never really meet the challenges they will face. So, it's very important to give children education and explain that they should play a role for their country. Communists have always played an active role in the fight by colonial countries for their freedom, because the short-term objects of communism would always correspond with the long-term objects of freedom movements. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony, and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. I should tie myself to no particular system of society other than of socialism. Prison life, fortunately, I spent a lot of years, about 18 years with other prisoners, and, as I say, they enriched your soul. Unlike some politicians, I can admit to a mistake. I really wanted to retire and rest and spend more time with my children, my grandchildren and of course with my wife. I am confident that nobody will accuse me of selfishness if I ask to spend time, while I am still in good health, with my family, my friends and also with myself. I cannot conceive of Israel withdrawing if Arab states do not recognize Israel, within secure borders. Our single most important challenge is therefore to help establish a social order in which the freedom of the individual will truly mean the freedom of the individual. I was first imprisoned in Pretoria, and then, thereafter, I was taken to Robben Island. I stayed there for a couple of weeks. I was taken back to Pretoria when I was charged in the Rivonia trial, when I was then sent to Robben Island for life. The education I received was a British education, in which British ideas, British culture, British institutions, were automatically assumed to be superior. There was no such thing as African culture. Especially for those of us who lived in single cells, you had the time to sit down and think, and we discovered that sitting down just to think is one of the best ways of keeping yourself fresh and able to address the problems facing you, and you had the opportunity, also, of examining your past. If the United States of America or Britain is having elections, they don't ask for observers from Africa or from Asia. But when we have elections, they want observers. Give a child love, laughter and peace, not AIDS. I realized quickly what Mandela and Tambo meant to ordinary Africans. It was a place where they could come and find a sympathetic ear and a competent ally, a place where they would not be either turned away or cheated, a place where they might actually feel proud to be represented by men of their own skin color. Whatever position I occupied, it was the result of colleagues of my comrades in the movement, who had decided in their wisdom to use me for the purpose of focusing the attention of the country and the international community on me. At the outset, I want to say that the suggestion that the struggle in South Africa is under the influence of foreigners or communists is wholly incorrect. I have done whatever I did because of my experience in South Africa and my own proudly felt African background, and not because of what any outsider might have said. You know, you can only lead them from behind. As an attorney, I could be rather flamboyant in court. I did not act as though I were a black man in a white man's court, but as if everyone else, white and black, was a guest in my court. When trying a case, I often made sweeping gestures and used high-flown language. The titanic effort that has brought liberation to South Africa, and ensured the total liberation of Africa, constitutes an act of redemption for the black people of the world. I do not deny that I planned sabotage. I did not plan it in a spirit of recklessness nor because I have any love of violence. I planned it as a result of a calm and sober assessment of the political situation that had arisen after many years of tyranny, exploitation and oppression of my people by the whites. In the 1940s, traveling for an African was a complicated process. All Africans over the age of 16 were compelled to carry native passes issued by the Native Affairs Department and were required to show that pass to any white policeman, civil servant, or employer. Failure to do so could mean arrest, trial, a jail sentence or fine. Africans want the franchise on the basis of one man, one vote. They want political independence. Before I went to jail, I was active in politics as a member of South Africa's leading organization, and I was generally busy from 7 a.m. until midnight. I never had time to sit and think. I made a mistake by being ejected from the presidency. Next time, I will choose a cabinet which will allow me to be life president. I have been influenced in my thinking by both West and East. I can't pretend that I'm brave and that I can beat the whole world. I will not leave South Africa, nor will I surrender. Only through hardship, sacrifice and militant action can freedom be won. The struggle is my life. I will continue fighting for freedom until the end of my days. I cannot say for certain if there is such a thing as love at first sight, but I do know that the moment I first glimpsed Winnie Nomzamo, I knew that I wanted to have her as my wife. Leaders in all spheres who are living with HIV should be encouraged, not coerced, to lead by example and disclose their HIV status. Apart from life, a strong constitution, and an abiding connection to the Themwu royal house, the only thing my father bestowed upon me at birth was a name, Rawlalola. Our daily deeds as ordinary South Africans must produce an actual South African reality that will reinforce humanity's belief in justice, strengthen its confidence in the nobility of the human soul, and sustain all our hopes for a glorious life for all. There are many people in South Africa who are rich and who can share those riches with those not so fortunate who have not been able to conquer poverty. The names of Dingone and Bombata, Pinsa and Makana, Squinthi and Dalisile, Moshushu and Seku Kuni, were praised as the glory of the entire African nation. I hoped then that life might offer me the opportunity to serve my people and make my own humble contribution to their freedom struggle. I have retired, but if there's anything that would kill me, it is to wake up in the morning not knowing what to do. I have always regarded myself, in the first place, as an African patriot. Sometimes, I feel like one who is on the sidelines, who has missed life itself. I came across few whites as a boy at Kunu. The local magistrate, of course, was white, as was the nearest shopkeeper. Occasionally, white travelers or policemen passed through our area. These whites appeared as grand as gods to me, and I was aware that they were to be treated with a mixture of fear and respect. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept to a minimum and, if the policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. I would wear the blue overalls of the field worker and often wore round, rimless glasses known as Maserati tea glasses. I had a car, and I wore a chauffeur's cap with my overalls. The pose of chauffeur was convenient because I could travel under the pretext of driving my master's car. I started to make a study of the art of war and revolution and, whilst abroad, underwent a course in military training. If there was to be guerrilla warfare, I wanted to be able to stand and fight with my people and to share the hazards of war with them. We can't afford to be killing one another. When I came to Johannesburg from the countryside, I knew nobody, but many strangers were very kind to me. I then was dragged into politics, and then, subsequently, I became a lawyer. If you are poor, you are not likely to live long. From the beginning, Mandela and Tambo was besieged with clients. We were not the only African lawyers in South Africa, but we were the only firm of African lawyers. For Africans, we were the firm of first choice and last resort. The United States has made serious mistakes in the conduct of its foreign affairs, which have had unfortunate repercussions long after the decisions were taken. My son has died of AIDS. We can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. The trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't so. The most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Government's view of the economy could be summed up in a few short phrases: if it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidize it. Peace is not absence of conflict, it is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means. Trust, but verify. It's true hard work never killed anybody, but I figure, why take the chance? Democracy is worth dying for, because it's the most deeply honorable form of government ever devised by man. Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. The future doesn't belong to the faint-hearted, it belongs to the brave. How do you tell a communist? Well, it's someone who reads Marx and Lenin. And how do you tell an anti-communist? It's someone who understands Marx and Lenin. Republicans believe every day is the 4th of July, but the Democrats believe every day is April 15th. There are no easy answers, but there are simple answers. We must have the courage to do what we know is morally right. Within the covers of the Bible are the answers for all the problems men face. Life is one grand, sweet song, so start the music. The problem is not that people are taxed too little, the problem is that government spends too much. Recession is when a neighbor loses his job. Depression is when you lose yours. Facts are stubborn things. Don't be afraid to see what you see. Latinos are Republican. They just don't know it yet. I know in my heart that man is good. That what is right will always eventually triumph. And there's purpose and worth to each and every life. Freedom prospers when religion is vibrant, and the rule of law under God is acknowledged. Man is not free unless government is limited. Government exists to protect us from each other. Where government has gone beyond its limits is in deciding to protect us from ourselves. Without God, democracy will not and cannot long endure. The best minds are not in government. If any were, business would steal them away. Let us be sure that those who come after will say of us in our time, that in our time we did everything that could be done. We finished the race, we kept them free, we kept the faith. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. If we ever forget that we are one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under. When you can't make them see the light, make them feel the heat. We must reject the idea that every time a law's broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It is time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions. Inflation is as violent as a mugger, as frightening as an armed robber, and as deadly as a hitman. We are never defeated unless we give up on God. To sit back hoping that someday, some way, someone will make things right is to go on feeding the crocodile, hoping he will eat you last, but eat you he will. I've often said there's nothing better for the inside of a man than the outside of a horse. You can tell a lot about a fellow's character by his way of eating jelly beans. It has been said that politics is the second oldest profession. I have learned that it bears a striking resemblance to the first. There are no constraints on the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those we ourselves erect. There are no great limits to growth because there are no limits of human intelligence, imagination, and wonder. Government does not solve problems, it subsidizes them. No government ever voluntarily reduces itself in size. Government programs, once launched, never disappear. Actually, a government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see on this earth. Surround yourself with the best people you can find, delegate authority, and don't interfere as long as the policy you've decided upon is being carried out. If we love our country, we should also love our countrymen. Today we did what we had to do. They counted on America to be passive. They counted wrong. All great change in America begins at the dinner table. Government is like a baby. An alimentary canal with a big appetite at one end and no sense of responsibility at the other. I have wondered at times what the Ten Commandments would have looked like if Moses had run them through the US Congress. Some people wonder all their lives if they've made a difference. The Marines don't have that problem. Approximately 80% of our air pollution stems from hydrocarbons released by vegetation, so let's not go overboard in setting and enforcing tough emission standards from man-made sources. Welfare's purpose should be to eliminate, as far as possible, the need for its own existence. My fellow Americans, I am pleased to tell you I just signed legislation which outlaws Russia forever. The bombing begins in 5 minutes. A tree's a tree. How many more do you need to look at? Each generation goes further than the generation preceding it because it stands on the shoulders of that generation. You will have opportunities beyond anything we've ever known. We should measure welfare's success by how many people leave welfare, not by how many are added. My philosophy of life is that if we make up our mind what we are going to make of our lives, then work hard toward that goal, we never lose, somehow we win out. Before I refuse to take your questions, I have an opening statement. Today on the NATO line, our military forces face east to prevent a possible invasion. On the other side of the line, the Soviet forces also face east to prevent their people from leaving. Above all, we must realize that no arsenal, or no weapon in the arsenals of the world, is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. All the waste in a year from a nuclear power plant can be stored under a desk. Status quo, you know, is Latin for the mess we're in. I never drink coffee at lunch. I find it keeps me awake for the afternoon. I am not worried about the deficit. It is big enough to take care of itself. A people free to choose will always choose peace. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, I did not take the oath I have just taken with the intention of presiding over the dissolution of the world's strongest economy. The taxpayer, that's someone who works for the federal government but doesn't have to take the civil service examination. Unemployment insurance is a prepaid vacation for freeloaders. The British people know that, given strong leadership, time, and a little bit of hope, the forces of good ultimately rally and triumph over evil. Protecting the rights of even the least individual among us is basically the only excuse the government has for even existing. Of the 4 wars in my lifetime, none came about because the US was too strong. History teaches that war begins when governments believe the price of aggression is cheap. Let us be shy no longer. Let us go to our strength. Let us offer hope. Let us tell the world that a new age is not only possible but probable. Entrepreneurs and their small enterprises are responsible for almost all the economic growth in the United States. We don't hide our space program. We don't keep secrets and cover things up. We do it all up front and in public. That's the way freedom is, and we wouldn't change it for a minute. But there are advantages to being elected president. The day after I was elected, I had my high school grades classified top secret. Politics is not a bad profession. If you succeed, there are many rewards. If you disgrace yourself, you can always write a book. One way to make sure crime doesn't pay would be to let the government run it. What we have found in this country, and maybe we're more aware of it now, is one problem that we've had, even in the best of times, and that is the people who are sleeping on the grates, the homeless, you might say, by choice. If the federal government had been around when the Creator was putting his hand to this state, Indiana wouldn't be here. It'd still be waiting for an environmental impact statement. It's difficult to believe that people are still starving in this country because food isn't available. No matter what time it is, wake me, even if it's in the middle of a cabinet meeting. While I take inspiration from the past, like most Americans, I live for the future. We might come closer to balancing the budget if all of us lived closer to the commandments and the golden rule. We cannot play innocence abroad in a world that is not innocent. We're in greater danger today than we were the day after Pearl Harbor. Our military is absolutely incapable of defending this country. Going to college offered me the chance to play football for 4 more years. The thought of being president frightens me, and I do not think I want the job. Regimes planted by bayonets do not take root. No mother would ever willingly sacrifice her sons for territorial gain, for economic advantage, for ideology. I noticed words crudely spray-painted upon the wall, perhaps by a young Berliner: "This wall will fall." Beliefs become reality. Yes, across Europe, this wall will fall. For it cannot withstand faith, it cannot withstand truth. The wall cannot withstand freedom. We will always remember. We will always be proud. We will always be prepared, so we will always be free. You know, if I listened to Michael Dukakis long enough, I would be convinced we're in an economic downturn and people are homeless and going without food and medical attention, and that we've got to do something about the unemployed. How can a president not be an actor? Poland is not East or West. Poland is at the center of European civilization. It has contributed mightily to that civilization. It is doing so today by being magnificently unreconciled to oppression. I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace, to give us the means of rendering these nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. Concentrated power has always been the enemy of liberty. Information is the oxygen of the modern age. It seeps through the walls topped by barbed wire, it wafts across the electrified borders. Politics is just like show business. You have a hell of an opening, coast for a while, and then have a hell of a close. I favor the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and it must be enforced at gunpoint if necessary. I've never been able to understand why a Republican contributor is a fat cat and a Democratic contributor of the same amount of money is a public-spirited philanthropist. Governments tend not to solve problems, only to rearrange them. Let us not forget who we are. Drug abuse is a repudiation of everything America is. The totalitarian world produces backwardness because it does such violence to the spirit, thwarting the human impulse to create, to enjoy, to worship. They say the world has become too complex for simple answers. They are wrong. Optimism comes less easily today, not because democracy is less vigorous, but because democracy's enemies have refined their instruments of repression. One picture is worth 1,000 denials. For the sake of peace and justice, let us move toward a world in which all people are at last free to determine their own destiny. Today, if you invent a better mousetrap, the government comes along with a better mouse. We have the duty to protect the life of an unborn child. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Violence has been Nicaragua's most important export to the world. Thomas Jefferson once said, "We should never judge a president by his age, only by his works." And ever since he told me that, I stopped worrying. Let us ask ourselves, what kind of people do we think we are? And let us answer, free people, worthy of freedom and determined not only to remain so but to help others gain their freedom as well. Heroes may not be braver than anyone else. They're just braver 5 minutes longer. Politics, I supposed, to be the second oldest profession. I have come to realize that it bears a very close resemblance to the first. People do not make wars, governments do. The objective I propose is quite simple to state: to foster the infrastructure of democracy, the system of a free press, unions, political parties, universities, which allows a people to choose their own way to develop their own culture, to reconcile their own differences through peaceful means. Yes, across Europe, this wall will fall. For it cannot withstand faith, it cannot withstand truth. The wall cannot withstand freedom. If the Soviet Union let another political party come into existence, they would still be a one-party state, because everybody would join the other party. Mad or glad, Mr. Reagan is head over heels in love with Mrs. Reagan and can't even imagine a world without her. He loves her. Government always finds a need for whatever money it gets. The greatest security for Israel is to create new Egypts. It's silly talking about how many years we will have to spend in the jungles of Vietnam when we could pave the whole country and put parking stripes on it and still be home by Christmas. You are Mrs. Reagan because Mr. Reagan loves you with all his heart. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. Nobody cares how much you know, until they know how much you care. Keep your eyes on the stars, and your feet on the ground. In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing, the next best thing is the wrong thing, and the worst thing you can do is nothing. Far and away the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. To educate a man in mind and not in morals is to educate a menace to society. The only man who never makes a mistake is the man who never does anything. It is only through labor and painful effort, by grim energy and resolute courage, that we move on to better things. People ask the difference between a leader and a boss. The leader leads, and the boss drives. Old age is like everything else. To make a success of it, you've got to start young. Courtesy is as much a mark of a gentleman as courage. The unforgivable crime is soft hitting. Do not hit at all if it can be avoided, but never hit softly. The best executive is one who has sense enough to pick good people to do what he wants done, and self-restraint enough to keep from meddling with them while they do it. Great thoughts speak only to the thoughtful mind, but great actions speak to all mankind. The boy who is going to make a great man must not make up his mind merely to overcome 1,000 obstacles, but to win in spite of 1,000 repulses and defeats. The reactionary is always willing to take a progressive attitude on any issue that is dead. Every immigrant who comes here should be required within 5 years to learn English or leave the country. When they call the roll in the Senate, the senators do not know whether to answer present or not guilty. Don't hit at all if it is honorably possible to avoid hitting, but never hit soft. It behooves every man to remember that the work of the critic is of altogether secondary importance, and that, in the end, progress is accomplished by the man who does things. I am a part of everything that I have read. We can have no 50-50 allegiance in this country. Either a man is an American, and nothing else, or he is not an American at all. I think there is only one quality worse than hardness of heart, and that is softness of head. Big jobs usually go to the men who prove their ability to outgrow small ones. Germany has reduced savagery to a science, and this great war for the victorious peace of justice must go on until the German cancer is cut clean out of the world body. 9/10 of wisdom is being wise in time. I am only an average man, but, by George, I work harder at it than the average man. The pacifist is as surely a traitor to his country and to humanity as is the most brutal wrongdoer. Obedience of the law is demanded, not asked as a favor. No man is justified in doing evil on the ground of expedience. The most practical kind of politics is the politics of decency. Behind the ostensible government sits enthroned an invisible government owing no allegiance, and acknowledging no responsibility to the people. Do what you can, with what you have, where you are. No man is above the law and no man is below it, nor do we ask any man's permission when we ask him to obey it. Far better is it to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to rank with those poor spirits who neither enjoy nor suffer much, because they live in a grey twilight that knows not victory nor defeat. If you could kick the person in the pants responsible for most of your trouble, you wouldn't sit for a month. Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far. A thorough knowledge of the Bible is worth more than a college education. It is hard to fail, but it is worse never to have tried to succeed. Never throughout history has a man who lived a life of ease left a name worth remembering. The most important single ingredient in the formula of success is knowing how to get along with people. A man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad. A vote is like a rifle, its usefulness depends upon the character of the user. Get action. Seize the moment. Man was never intended to become an oyster. The only time you really live fully is from 30 to 60. The young are slaves to dreams, the old servants of regrets. Only the middle-aged have all their five senses in the keeping of their wits. The things that will destroy America are prosperity at any price, peace at any price, safety first instead of duty first, the love of soft living, and the get-rich-quick theory of life. If there is not the war, you don't get the great general. If there is not a great occasion, you don't get a great statesman. If Lincoln had lived in a time of peace, no one would have known his name. No man is worth his salt who is not ready at all times to risk his well-being, to risk his body, to risk his life, in a great cause. I took the canal zone and let Congress debate, and while the debate goes on, the canal does also. The government is us, we are the government, you and I. Order without liberty and liberty without order are equally destructive. I care not what others think of what I do, but I care very much about what I think of what I do. That is character. Absence and death are the same, only that in death there is no suffering. I don't pity any man who does hard work worth doing. I admire him. I pity the creature who does not work, at whichever end of the social scale he may regard himself as being. Character, in the long run, is the decisive factor in the life of an individual and of nations alike. The first requisite of a good citizen in this republic of ours is that he shall be able and willing to pull his own weight. A man who is good enough to shed his blood for the country is good enough to be given a square deal afterwards. It is only through labor and painful effort, by grim energy and resolute courage, that we move on to better things. With self-discipline most anything is possible. People ask the difference between a leader and a boss. The leader leads, and the boss drives. Old age is like everything else. To make a success of it, you've got to start young. Courtesy is as much a mark of a gentleman as courage. The unforgivable crime is soft hitting. Do not hit at all if it can be avoided, but never hit softly. The best executive is one who has sense enough to pick good people to do what he wants done, and self-restraint enough to keep from meddling with them while they do it. When you play, play hard. When you work, don't play at all. Great thoughts speak only to the thoughtful mind, but great actions speak to all mankind. The boy who is going to make a great man must not make up his mind merely to overcome 1,000 obstacles, but to win in spite of 1,000 repulses and defeats. The reactionary is always willing to take a progressive attitude on any issue that is dead. Every immigrant who comes here should be required within 5 years to learn English or leave the country. When they call the roll in the Senate, the senators do not know whether to answer present or not guilty. Don't hit at all if it is honorably possible to avoid hitting, but never hit soft. Glow of one warm thought is to me worth more than money. The boisterous sea of liberty is never without a wave. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever. In matters of style, swim with the current. In matters of principle, stand like a rock. I like the dreams of the future better than the history of the past. I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. I believe that every human mind feels pleasure in doing good to another. Question with boldness even the existence of a God, because, if there be one, he must more approve of the homage of reason, than that of blindfolded fear. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The man who reads nothing at all is better educated than the man who reads nothing but newspapers. The care of human life and happiness, and not their destruction, is the first and only object of good government. Timid men prefer the calm of despotism to the tempestuous sea of liberty. He who knows best knows how little he knows. The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. How much pain they have cost us, the evils which have never happened. I never considered a difference of opinion in politics, in religion, in philosophy, as cause for withdrawing from a friend. Peace, commerce and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. When we get piled upon one another in large cities, as in Europe, we shall become as corrupt as Europe. I hope we shall crush in its birth the aristocracy of our moneyed corporations which dare already to challenge our government to a trial by strength, and bid defiance to the laws of our country. Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. To compel a man to furnish funds for the propagation of ideas he disbelieves and abhors is sinful and tyrannical. Fix reason firmly in her seat, and call to her tribunal every fact, every opinion. Question with boldness even the existence of a God, because, if there be one, he must more approve of the homage of reason, than that of blindfolded fear. I would rather be exposed to the inconveniences attending too much liberty than those attending too small a degree of it. It is neither wealth nor splendor, but tranquility and occupation which give you happiness. Don't talk about what you have done or what you are going to do. A wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise, free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. It is error alone which needs the support of government. Truth can stand by itself. The most successful war seldom pays for its losses. The earth belongs to the living, not to the dead. It is incumbent on every generation to pay its own debts as it goes. A principle which, if acted on, would save one half the wars of the world. Merchants have no country. The mere spot they stand on does not constitute so strong an attachment as that from which they draw their gains. There is not a sprig of grass that shoots uninteresting to me. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Honesty is the first chapter in the Book of Wisdom. Never spend your money before you have earned it. Do you want to know who you are? Don't ask. Act. Action will delineate and define you. When angry, count to 10 before you speak. If very angry, count to 100. No occupation is so delightful to me as the culture of the earth, and no culture comparable to that of the garden. Nothing can stop the man with the right mental attitude from achieving his goal. Nothing on earth can help the man with the wrong mental attitude. Whenever you do a thing, act as if all the world were watching. Rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to our will within limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. I do not add within the limits of the law, because law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the rights of the individual. Walking is the best possible exercise. Habituate yourself to walk very far. Nothing gives one person so much advantage over another as to remain always cool and unruffled under all circumstances. Sometimes it is said that man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he, then, be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the form of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. One man with courage is a majority. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free, in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. Our greatest happiness does not depend on the condition of life in which chance has placed us, but is always the result of a good conscience, good health, occupation, and freedom in all just pursuits. A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government, and what no just government should refuse, or rest on inference. He who knows nothing is closer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. Determine never to be idle. No person will have occasion to complain of the want of time who never loses any. It is wonderful how much may be done if we are always doing. I sincerely believe that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. Money, not morality, is the principal commerce of civilized nations. Experience hath shown that even under the best forms of government those entrusted with power have, in time, and by slow operations, perverted it into tyranny. Commerce with all nations, alliance with none, should be our motto. Do not bite at the bait of pleasure, till you know there is no hook beneath it. We never repent of having eaten too little. But friendship is precious, not only in the shade, but in the sunshine of life, and thanks to a benevolent arrangement the greater part of life is sunshine. All, too, will bear in mind this sacred principle, that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. I cannot live without books. Peace and friendship with all mankind is our wisest policy, and I wish we may be permitted to pursue it. I was bold in the pursuit of knowledge, never fearing to follow truth and reason to whatever results they led, and bearding every authority which stood in their way. Leave all the afternoon for exercise and recreation, which are as necessary as reading. I will rather say more necessary, because health is worth more than learning. Mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. There is not a truth existing which I fear, or would wish unknown to the whole world. If the present Congress errs in too much talking, how can it be otherwise in a body to which the people send 150 lawyers, whose trade it is to question everything, yield nothing, and talk by the hour? Taste cannot be controlled by law. Where the press is free and every man able to read, all is safe. Our country is now taking so steady a course as to show by what road it will pass to destruction, to wit, by consolidation of power first, and then corruption, its necessary consequence. I do not take a single newspaper, nor read one a month, and I feel myself infinitely the happier for it. Enlighten the people generally, and tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day. For a people who are free, and who mean to remain so, a well-organized and armed militia is their best security. Dependence begets subservience, and venality suffocates the germ of virtue, and prepares fit tools for the designs of ambition. A coward is much more exposed to quarrels than a man of spirit. Happiness is not being pained in body or troubled in mind. In defense of our persons and properties under actual violation, we took up arms. When that violence shall be removed, when hostilities shall cease on the part of the aggressors, hostilities shall cease on our part also. It is always better to have no ideas than false ones, to believe nothing, than to believe what is wrong. It is more dangerous that even a guilty person should be punished without the forms of law than that he should escape. Wisdom, I know, is social. She seeks her fellows. But beauty is jealous, and ill bears the presence of a rival. The natural cause of the human mind is certainly from credulity to skepticism. In truth, politeness is artificial good humor, it covers the natural want of it, and ends by rendering habitual a substitute nearly equivalent to the real virtue. Experience demands that man is the only animal which devours his own kind, for I can apply no milder term to the general prey of the rich on the poor. We may consider each generation as a distinct nation, with a right, by the will of its majority, to bind themselves, but none to bind the succeeding generation, more than the inhabitants of another country. Whenever a man has cast a longing eye on offices, a rottenness begins in his conduct. I know of no safe depository of the ultimate powers of the society but the people themselves, and if we think them not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them but to inform their discretion. I own that I am not a friend to a very energetic government. It is always oppressive. I am an Epicurean. I consider the genuine, not the imputed, doctrines of Epicurus as containing everything rational in moral philosophy which Greek and Roman leave to us. Every government degenerate, when trusted to the rulers of the people alone. The people themselves are its only safe depositories. Advertisements contain the only truths to be relied on in a newspaper. It behooves every man who values liberty of conscience for himself, to resist invasions of it in the case of others, or their case may, by change of circumstances, become his own. I have no ambition to govern men, it is a painful and thankless office. Friendship is but another name for an alliance with the follies and the misfortunes of others. Our own share of miseries is sufficient, why enter then as volunteers into those of another? The constitutions of most of our states assert that all power is inherent in the people, that it is their right and duty to be at all times armed. My theory has always been, that if we are to dream, the flatteries of hope are as cheap, and pleasanter, than the gloom of despair. Were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers, or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate a moment to prefer the latter. No freeman shall be debarred the use of arms. The God who gave us life, gave us liberty at the same time. I hope our wisdom will grow with our power, and teach us, that the less we use our power the greater it will be. It takes time to persuade men to do even what is for their own good. Every citizen should be a soldier. This was the case with the Greeks and Romans, and must be that of every free state. One travels more usefully when alone, because he reflects more. The Republican is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. In every country and every age, the priest had been hostile to liberty. The spirit of resistance to government is so valuable on certain occasions that I wish it to be always kept alive. That government is the strongest of which every man feels himself a part. Always take hold of things by the smooth handle. Errors of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. War is an instrument entirely inefficient toward redressing wrong, and multiplies, instead of indemnifying losses. When a man assumes a public trust, he should consider himself a public property. If God is just, I tremble for my country. Politics is such a torment that I advise everyone I love not to mix with it. Be polite to all, but intimate with few. History, in general, only informs us of what bad government is. Delay is preferable to error. I have seen enough of one war never to wish to see another. I have no fear that the result of our experiment will be that men may be trusted to govern themselves without a master. Nothing is unchangeable but the inherent and unalienable rights of man. To penetrate and dissipate these clouds of darkness, the general mind must be strengthened by education. Force is the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of American Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. It is our duty still to endeavor to avoid war, but if it shall actually take place, no matter by whom brought on, we must defend ourselves. If our house be on fire, without inquiring whether it was fired from within or without, we must try to extinguish it. It does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods or no God. Resort is had to ridicule only when reason is against us. It is in our lives and not our words that our religion must be read. Books constitute capital. A library book lasts as long as a house, for hundreds of years. It is not, then, an article of mere consumption but fairly of capital, and often in the case of professional men, setting out in life, it is their only capital. My only fear is that I may live too long. This would be a subject of dread to me. Conquest is not in our principles. It is inconsistent with our government. I am mortified to be told that, in the United States of America, the sale of a book can become a subject of inquiry, and of criminal inquiry too. I abhor war and view it as the greatest scourge of mankind. I never will, by any word or act, bow to the shrine of intolerance or admit a right of inquiry into the religious opinions of others. So confident am I in the intentions, as well as wisdom, of the government, that I shall always be satisfied that what is not done, either cannot, or ought not to be done. The good opinion of mankind, like the lever of Archimedes, with the given fulcrum, moves the world. I think with the Romans, that the general of today should be a soldier tomorrow if necessary. As our enemies have found we can reason like men, so now let us show them we can fight like men also. The moment a person forms a theory, his imagination sees in every object only the traits which favor that theory. Difference of opinion is advantageous in religion. The several sects perform the office of a censor over each other. The second office in the government is honorable and easy, the first is but a splendid misery. Peace and abstinence from European interferences are our objects, and so will continue while the present order of things in America remain uninterrupted. An enemy generally says and believes what he wishes. The way to silence religious disputes is to take no notice of them. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this, and learn to imitate it. No duty the executive had to perform was so trying as to put the right man in the right place. I find that he is happiest of whom the world says least, good or bad. An injured friend is the bitterest of foes. Ignorance is preferable to error, and he is less remote from the truth who believes nothing than he who believes what is wrong. Truth is certainly a branch of morality and a very important one to society. Only aim to do your duty, and mankind will give you credit where you fail. No government ought to be without censors, and where the press is free no one ever will. None but an armed nation can dispense with a standing army. To keep ours armed and disciplined is therefore at all times important. Leave no authority existing not responsible to the people. I have done for my country, and for all mankind, all that I could do, and I now resign my soul, without fear, to my God, my daughter to my country. One loves to possess arms, though they hope never to have occasion for them. There is a natural aristocracy among men. The grounds of this are virtue and talents. Speeches that are measured by the hour will die with the hour. Power is not alluring to pure minds. No man will ever carry out of the presidency the reputation which carried him into it. We are not to expect to be translated from despotism to liberty in a featherbed. The Creator has not thought proper to mark those in the forehead who are of stuff to make good generals. We are first, therefore, to seek them blindfold, and then let them learn the trade at the expense of great losses. If there is one principle more deeply rooted in the mind of every American, it is that we should have nothing to do with conquest. We did not raise armies for glory or for conquest. If we can but prevent the government from wasting the labors of the people, under the pretense of taking care of them, they must become happy. The world is indebted for all triumphs which have been gained by reason and humanity over error and oppression. Bodily decay is gloomy in prospect, but of all human contemplations the most abhorrent is body without mind. An association of men who will not quarrel with one another is a thing which has never yet existed, from the greatest confederacy of nations down to a town meeting or a vestry. The spirit of this country is totally averse to a large military force. It is far better to be alone than to be in bad company. Truth will ultimately prevail where there are pains to bring it to light. To be prepared for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. Observe good faith and justice toward all nations. Cultivate peace and harmony with all. Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair, the rest is in the hands of God. It is better to offer no excuse than a bad one. Few men have virtue to withstand the highest bidder. True friendship is a plant of slow growth, and must undergo and withstand the shocks of adversity, before it is entitled to the appellation. Let us with caution indulge the supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. Reason and experience both forbid us to expect that national morality can prevail in exclusion of religious principle. The foolish and wicked practice of profane cursing and swearing is a vice so mean and low that every person of sense and character detests and despises it. Associate with men of good quality if you esteem your own reputation, for it is better to be alone than in bad company. The basis of our political system is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitutions of government. Liberty, when it begins to take root, is a plant of rapid growth. My observation is that whenever one person is found adequate to the discharge of a duty, it is worse executed by two persons, and scarcely done at all if three or more are employed therein. When we assumed the soldier, we did not lay aside the citizen. Someday, following the example of the United States of America, there will be a United States of Europe. Let your heart feel for the afflictions and distress of everyone, and let your hand give in proportion to your purse. I walk on untrodden ground. There is scarcely any part of my conduct which may not hereafter be drawn into precedent. I beg you be persuaded that no one would be more zealous than myself to establish effectual barriers against the horrors of spiritual tyranny, and every species of religious persecution. Let your discourse with men of business be short and comprehensive. Nothing can be more hurtful to the service than the neglect of discipline, for that discipline, more than numbers, gives one army the superiority over another. Bad seed is a robbery of the worst kind, for your pocketbook not only suffers by it, but your preparations are lost and a season passes away unimproved. There is nothing which can better deserve your patronage than the promotion of science and literature. Knowledge is in every country the surest basis of public happiness. Overgrown military establishments are under any form of government inauspicious to liberty, and are to be regarded as particularly hostile to republican liberty. Friendship is a plant of slow growth and must undergo and withstand the shocks of adversity before it is entitled to the appellation. Being no bigot myself to any mode of worship, I am disposed to indulge the professors of Christianity in the Church, that road to heaven which to them shall seem the most direct, plainest, easiest and least liable to exception. I have no other view than to promote the public good, and am unambitious of honors not founded in the approbation of my country. It may be laid down as a primary position, and the basis of our system, that every citizen who enjoys the protection of a free government, owes not only a proportion of his property, but even of his personal services to the defense of it. Lenience will operate with greater force, in some instances than rigor. It is therefore my first wish to have all of my conduct distinguished by it. If the freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent, we may be led, like sheep, to the slaughter. Be courteous to all, but intimate with few, and let those few be well tried before you give them your confidence. Guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism. The Constitution is the guide which I never will abandon. Discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers formidable, procures success to the weak, and esteem to all? Worry is the interest paid by those who borrow trouble. We should not look back unless it is to derive useful lessons from past errors, and for the purpose of profiting by dearly bought experience. Happiness and moral duty are inseparably connected. Labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire, called conscience. The time is near at hand which must determine whether Americans are to be free men or slaves. Laws made by common consent must not be trampled on by individuals. I hope I shall possess firmness and virtue enough to maintain what I consider the most enviable of all titles, the character of an honest man. My first wish is to see this plague of mankind, war, banished from the earth. Arbitrary power is most easily established on the ruins of liberty abused to licentiousness. Mankind, when left to themselves, are unfit for their own government. The alternate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge natural to party dissension, which in different ages and countries has perpetrated the most horrid enormities, is itself a frightful despotism. But this leads at length to a more formal and permanent despotism. If we desire to avoid insult, we must be able to repel it. If we desire to secure peace, one of the most powerful instruments of our rising prosperity, it must be known that we are at all times ready for war. There can be no greater error than to expect, or calculate, upon real favors from nation to nation. It is an illusion which experience must cure, which a just pride ought to discard. Experience teaches us that it is much easier to prevent an enemy from posting themselves, than it is to dislodge them after they have got possession. War, an act of violence whose object is to constrain the enemy, to accomplish our will. I can only say that there is not a man living who wishes more sincerely than I do, to see a plan adopted for the abolition of it, but there is only one proper and effectual mode by which it can be accomplished, and that is by legislative authority, and this, as far as my suffrage will go, shall never be wanting. The Constitution vests the power of declaring war in Congress, therefore, no offensive expedition of importance can be undertaken until after they shall have deliberated upon the subject and authorized such a measure. It is impossible to reason without arriving at a supreme being. I am persuaded, you will permit me to observe, that the path of true piety is so plain as to require but little political direction. A slender acquaintance with the world must convince every man that actions, not words, are the true criterion of the attachment of friends.